मैं व्हाट्सएप पे भेज सकता हूँ फाइल टॉकिंग पॉइंट चेयरमैन को सेंड करना है वैसे स्पेशल एडवाइजर को। अच्छा मेरा बैग पीछे से देना कैसा, एक मिनट प्लीज मैं आपको देता हूँ फाइल।
Can I again request all the guests to please be seated? Thank you. My name is Amina Sadaf and I'm the Manager of Research and Project Management in NDRMF. On behalf of NDRMF and SUPARCO, I'll be hosting this session and I welcome you all. I would like to welcome Honorable Chief Guest, our experts, our partners and stakeholders who are joining us online or in person. For this session of National Consultation Workshop on National Catastrophe, Model for Disaster Risk Reduction, Disaster Risk Financing, and Spatial Planning in Market. We'll start the session with the recitation of Holy Quran.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والعاديات ضبحا فالموريات قدحا فالمغيرات صبحا فأثرن به نقعا فوسطن به جمعا إن الإنسان لربه لكنود وإنه على ذلك لشهيد وإنه بالخير لشديد أفلا يعلم وحصل إن ربهم يومئذ لخبير.
I would like to thank our honorable guest of honors for joining us on stage. I would just start the session with inviting Dr. Iqbal, who is from SUPARCO, who is a member Space Application and Research and founding director of SAPEC with vast experience in engineering support to satellite ground station and space-based disaster management. Over to you, sir.
Honorable Special Assistant to Prime Minister, Personality Prime, Chairman and Engineering Instruction Manager, Chief Executive Officer NDRMF, Mr. Abid Mustafa, Consultant SUPARCO for this project. Assalamu alaikum and good morning. On behalf of SUPARCO, the National Space Agency of Pakistan, it gives me great pleasure to extend my warm welcome to Honorable Chief Guest Dr. Khan, Special Assistant to Prime Minister, for gracing this occasion on Consultative workshop on National Catastrophe, Modeling for DRR, Risk Financing and Spatial Planning. Ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan faces a wide range of common threats and challenges stemming from natural disasters. After the massive earthquake of 2005, country has faced severe floods repeatedly in 2010, 11, 12, 13, 14, and most recently in 2022. The economic losses associated with these disasters between 2010 and 22 are estimated in billions of dollars, which is equivalent to constructing several Basha dams. The impacts of natural disasters have continued to increase due to global warming and climate change. The frequency of recorded disasters has risen significantly over the past decade. The situation in prevention of and response to natural disasters has become more serious and complicated. This requires multidisciplinary approach for understanding the climate change issues, developing solutions based on scientific and technological partnerships across the expertise and the regions. The challenges posed by natural disasters can be addressed through enhanced interagency cooperation and capitalizing on the scientific researches concerning meteorology, seismology, geology, hydrology, and potential use of available enabling technology. Accordingly, the need for joint efforts in this regard is required by fostering partnership between the technical agencies and government administrative departments. This should include developing and strengthening common resources and procedures for cooperation across national organizations. To strive for balance between measures to prevent and measures to manage the effects of natural disasters. The 2022 floods have highlighted the marked difference in various areas of flood disaster management in Pakistan since the 2010 floods. It has also underscored many areas where the flood warning, response, recovery, mitigation, and preparedness infrastructure falls short of what is needed to effectively manage the floods. The scale of 2022 floods necessitates for a comprehensive action plan to build the flood warning and management capacity to combat urban flooding. This includes strengthening the provincial and national flood management organizations for improvement in early warning system and flood preparedness mechanisms, such as flood hazard and risk mapping and capacity building of flood management stakeholders. Ladies and gentlemen, the purpose of today's workshop is to advise, advocate use of satellite applications in characterization of natural hazards, vulnerability and risk assessments in the country and aid in knowledge-based in combat and conduct. It is important to note that satellite-drive products are understood by relevant stakeholders. Those are contributing in the disaster management in decision making. SUPARCO has to work more effectively with the end users and mutually develop capacities to increase reach of technology to the end user. The introduction of national catastrophic model to the disaster management domain in Pakistan would be a great plus, and development of mechanism for operational use of this new model would be the immediate next step. Main component of this NatCat project includes flood, drought, earthquake, and cyclone, probabilistic hazard assessment, exposure and vulnerability assessment, financial risk assessment, and development of special databases. Model will eventually help in reducing the socio-economic and financial vulnerability of the country and its population to natural hazards. Ladies and gentlemen, I am confident this workshop will promote much needed science policy dialogue that would enable an informed decision-making process in the country. The fruitful deliberations and discussion among the researchers will lead to make the way for NatCat models operational. disaster management domain. Now, understanding the rationale for shifting to more advanced connected modern, the effectiveness of this model in disaster resolution would depend on how efficiently it is used. One of the challenges is capacity development. Sophisticated technologies require a high degree of familiarity with equipment and operational protocols if it is to work efficiently when needed. Ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan's continued dependence on its agriculture, its exposure to natural hazards, its fast-growing cities create a wide range of needs where GIS and its applications can be very helpful. I would like to take this opportunity to express the resolve of my esteemed organization being open to all national stakeholders in instilling a spirit for use of space technology and getting the most out of our national space assets. SUPARCO is always open in offering its services in data provision, analysis, and important full spectrum training. In the end, I would like to thank you once again to the management of NDRMF for organizing this workshop and look forward to meeting their celebration at this vital wisdom point. Thank you very much.
Most of you are aware that this workshop is in continuation to a series of consultative sessions which were conducted earlier by NDRMF to get inputs and consensus from different stakeholders. Now, before proceeding further, I would like to showcase what NDRMF has achieved so far in disaster risk management in Pakistan by sharing a small video. Thank you very much. Now I would like to request Mr. Bilal, our CEO NDRMF, for his opening remarks and sharing his insight. He is a climate change and disaster risk management expert. Previously, he has served in United Nations climate change sector and headed Commonwealth Finance Fund based in Mauritius. Over to you, sir.
Yes, thank you very much. Honorable Dr. Jagdeep Khan, Special Advisor to Prime Minister and also Chairman of NDRMF Board of Directors, Lieutenant General in other Chairman of NDRMF, and member from the SUPARCO, Dr. Iqbal Sahab, Professor Dr. Atik Mustafa, for being here, especially the situation going on in Turkey. A very good morning and all the guests, practitioners, climate change experts in the room. Good morning and thank you very much for your presence. It is my pleasure indeed and honor to welcome all the distinguished guests here. I think it is commonly said that a picture speaks 1,000 words. In the current age of technology, I think a video speaks way more than thousands, hundreds of thousands of words. So I'm not going to be talking a lot about NDRMF because you have seen the video and you've seen the kind of modest contribution which NDRMF has been able to make in the last 5 years of its operational life. Still a relatively new, a very new organization. With a very big task and a mandate, but we are very blessed to have the support from a highly effective board as well as a range of stakeholders and a broad range of donors and financial supporters as well. And that has been only the reason what NDRMF has been able to contribute in its short history, what you have seen in the video. I think given the scale of the challenges, the disaster, the climate change challenges which Pakistan is facing, all the contributions and all the achievements, so-called achievements, they really look modest. And it's good to have all the stakeholders, all the practitioners, people from the range of different organizations who are actually gathered here, and we do have the opportunity when we often meet with each other to kind of share our experiences and our agenda, because we are in this a kind of a common goal and a common mandate for making Pakistan a resilient country against natural disasters, which are commonly not known as natural anymore because of the human intervention and the human contribution we have. I think one resounding message which is coming loud and clear from every disaster is that every disaster leaves a devastation behind and loss and damages, and no public financial amount of the quantity and the magnitude can actually leave the damages and the losses. I think if we go back into 2010 and starting from the relief and organizations like range of organizations like NDRMF and many others, they have done a tremendous job at a phenomenal job in terms of providing the relief and learning from those experiences, those disasters in the country, the whole disaster management, the disaster risk reduction, the whole agenda and the mechanism have really evolved. And we see a number of entities and the government institutions who have really geared themselves up. And they prepare themselves up and come up with a number of different instruments and different mechanisms. But it is a moving target. What we learned from 2010 flood that actually have strengthened us quite considerably. But the 2022 flood actually has been completely a very different ball game altogether in terms of magnitude, scale, gravity, as well as the reasons behind it. So there is an element of constant learning, but then at the same time, we know that the technology has really provided a lot of instruments and a lot of support, which we need to integrate to entail into our disaster research, disaster management preparedness efforts. And today's workshop is exactly for this purpose. What we know that the budget allocations for funding preparedness and the post-disaster interventions has always been consistently below the needs. And in recent times, there has been a worldwide increase in the impact of natural disasters on global economies and livelihoods of local people. And this is very much a part of NDRMF mandate as well. So what we have been doing is, while extremely busy and making contributions in terms of building the flood walls, erecting the early warning systems, helping the local governments for rescue services, and then of course the nature-based solutions and eco-engineering solutions. But at the same time, we have always been very conscious of the fact that never going to be sufficient, and we need to rely and we need to integrate the other technological instruments as well as innovative financial instruments. So today's workshop is actually to look into the technology, one of the technological solutions, the NatCat model, which our colleagues from SUPARCO been working extremely hard for the last couple of shaped up against all the battles and the hazards and the threats which Pakistan is facing. So we are this is one of the essential part of our response, our intervention, the support sector in terms of the moving ahead. And how this model, I think the one question we need to ask ourselves is how this model is going to be instrumental to be helping in policy making, and how an institution like NDRMF can support the government and other institutions in terms of coming up with the right kind of approaches and the right kind of stuff. So the model is well, first, I think if I'm not wrong, this is the model first in the South Asian region model. I have been told that, and so Pakistan is taking a kind of a lead in this direction, and we are confident that what we have seen, the kind of work which SUPARCO has done, especially on loss estimation as well as on the flood, drought, and other areas, that we can really grow and we can scale this up and we can strengthen this in the coming years. So this probabilistic modeling tool is going to help to understand the patterns of floods, earthquakes, tropical cyclones, drought, estimate the damage, potential economic losses, and develop futuristic what-if scenarios. I think this is a key kind of application of this kind of exercise. How this is going to do, and there are many people in the room today, and we have specifically invited them to be here from the insurance industry and from the financial industry. So insurance industry, when they come up and they design the different insurance products, either in the crop insurance or the public infrastructure insurance and many other instruments and products, like they need to rely and they need to build their risk assessment on some very credible source of information against the threats. They can convert into this and they can convert that risk into these different financial instruments. So we are actually providing, this model is going to provide that framework. And so far, what I've been told and what I know from my interactions with insurance industry, they've been relying on a number of regional models. So this model is going to be, it is Pakistan, and this is based, and this is taking all the parameters from the Pakistan. So we are conscious of the fact that it's just start. We are still at the very beginning of the equation, and but we are engaged actively and constructively with SUPARCO in developing the best suitable expertise and available technical modeling parameters. And we very strongly believe that moving ahead, the model is going to be further strengthened. It becomes a lot more and richer, and provide the relevant data and information to the stakeholders. I would like to emphasize again that reduction in disaster risk in Pakistan and other developing world is closely linked with sustainable development. However, the residual risks need to be managed with innovative financial insurance instruments. We have one dedicated session this afternoon for insurance industry, and we're going to see that how they actually see the utilization and the feasibility of these applications for their work. So I would like to stop here. Thank you very much for all the distinguished guests, and we very much look forward to constructive discussion. And thank you very much for our online participants as well. They are very heavily contributing. So thank you.
And now I would request Mr. Mubashir Hussain, Manager Disaster Risk Reduction NDRMF, to join us on stage and give overview of a NatCat model, why it is important for disaster risk reduction and disaster risk financing and funding.
Thank you. It's really a great pleasure for me to be here to introduce this NatCat model. And for India and for the country, it is really a great start. You see, this modeling is not available at state and national level in India. So we are becoming the pioneer for that. And I'm really hopeful that we have taken a step to start this initiative. And there is not more to done, but start is the first step and it is always the first. So I'm here to just introduce slide. Next slide, please. So next is next. Here, we want to see, I want to highlight that when we talk about disaster risk, the contributing factors are the vulnerability itself, the exposure and vulnerability and the hazard. And when we have the overlapping of these things, we get the disaster condition. So first of all, we need to have the policy instrument to try to avoid the exposure. And in most of the cases, inevitable. So we have the overlapping and we need to manage that risk based on the scientific knowledge and the skills all around the world. Next thing. Next one. This slide is showing the disaster risk finance. Because this component is being covered under this disaster risk finance initiative, this is one of the outcome of NDRMF. And the basic purpose is to create fiscal resilience. Planning ahead for better manage the cost of disaster, ensure predictable and timely access to the much needed sources, and ultimately mitigate long-term fiscal impacts. And we know this is evident from all major events we have seen recently, the flood in 2022. Everything is just toppled down, and we don't have the fiscal space to manage all these. If we are better prepared, we can manage them. Next slide, please. So this is the team. I am and myself and Azman, we are from the board team, and we have a consultant and partner. Specifically, we have international and national, and then we have SUPARCO as our NatCat modeling partner, and then we have created disaster response synergy group, where we have all the important stakeholders that contribute and will be using this model. So already I told that this is one of the core output of NDRMF, and we are working this national DRF strategy, and that strategy will be based on the results of this model, and it will provide a framework to move at what type of instrument should the country be should be adopted for future disaster. And definitely it will have the anchorage with the highest level of the government, Ministry of Finance, at the same time, Ministry of Planning and Development, which is our line ministry. And this modeling will not only be used by the disaster management authorities, but at the same time, whosoever is involved in planning and development, we need to understand the nexus and the relation between disaster and development. And if we are heading towards the thoughtful development, then we can avoid risk at planning and design. Next, please. So this is the approach we are adopting in NDRMF. We are developing this NatCat model. Based on that, we will have our disaster risk financing strategy, and that strategy would lead towards disaster risk financing instrument. And it will include not only the insurance but non-insurance instruments. Sovereign instruments, we have asset and catastrophe insurance. So it would be a combination at government level, and it is being practiced in so many developing countries as well. So we are taking example and case studies from developing countries, and based on that we are going to. And at the same time, we will pilot few instruments. Already in our country, this is good thing that crop insurance and something which is already being practiced by the private insurance industry, and government is partner out there. But again, the question: how much financing and subsidy government can offer? This is the question we need to answer in the disaster risk strategy. Next, please. So these slides are two slides are highlighting why this NatCat model is important. I'm not going to the technical details, but Dr. Farooq will highlight all those technical parameters, but the application side. So what is now is important to understand the probability of various disasters. We are covering four panels here, the flood, earthquake, cyclone, and drought, and these are the main primary hazards we are facing. Then it can be used for national disaster management planning, disaster risk management, even spatial planning and sensitive land use planning. This catastrophe model is will be helpful to allocate sources before something happens. Next slide, please. And this post-disaster financing strategy generally has high cost. Therefore, S and funding programs are more efficient. So it will help to develop and implement those programs. Then we have insurance market as already shared by our CEO, that we are building this with the private sector. Although the insurance penetration in our country is among very low insurance penetrating country we are, but we need to develop and we are here to provide an enabling environment so that market-based instrument should be available to the people who can afford or with the support of the government we can implement. Like all the time we are dealing subsidies or cash grants, so this we need to implement some other innovative solutions. So this is the overall the NatCat model is an important tool for mitigating the impact of natural disaster in Pakistan and can help to reduce the non-cat movement on these events. This is from Bison. Thank you very much.
Now I would like to invite Dr. Mohammed Farooq from SUPARCO to share overview of the NatCat model. Thank you.
Please bear with us. There are some technical issues. We are not in the presentation. Sure. Sir, presentation only.
Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and good morning. Let me start with the presentation. A brief about the SACET. Directed that we actually established in SUPARCO, which is the focal point for the disaster management within the country and outside the country. SACET provides needed real-time support to the NDRMF and PDMA and other stakeholders in the event of the natural disaster. Next, please. So SUPARCO provides real-time information through the disaster watch web portal. It is accessible from anywhere. It's an open web portal. No username is required. So anybody can access it, and all the information for the last 1 decade is available on this website. They can be accessed. Next, please. Okay, coming to the background, why NatCat is important. We have 4 major natural disasters in the last 2 decades. The first one is Kashmir earthquake 2005. The second biggest one is the
flood 2010, and the third one is the Awara up to 2013, and the final one, next one please, the flood 2022. This slide shows the some of the devastation from the Peshawar Valley, from the Sawat Valley, and the crop damages in the province of the state, particularly the cotton crop. Next please. So it's high time to switch from the reactive approach to the proactive approach. Why? Because we are signatory to the Shanghai Framework that was approved by the United Nations, and it's also adopted by Pakistan. The most importantly, the two other more agendas: climate change agreement, the COP21, and Article 8 also emphasize on the disaster risk reduction. The third one is the Sustainable Development Goals. Again, we are the signatory, and Article 6 and 13 and 15 they are related to the disaster vulnerability and risk reduction. And finally, the National Disaster Management Plan, which is now being renewed by a new one. This also emphasizes on the multi-hazard vulnerability and risk assessment strategies. Next, please. Coming to the NatCat, next, please. These are the 5 major components: development of the spatial database at the national levels. The second one is hydrometeorological hazards, particularly flood, drought, and cyclone. Under the umbrella of the geophysical hazard, we have covered the seismic hazard. Then the most important thing is we have mapped the primary element at risk at the national level, including the land cover, the crop, the infrastructure, and others like the school locations, hospital locations, and government property. Second loss is the loss and risk assessments in the form of quantitative manner. Again, these 4 pillars. And the final one is integrated risk assessment, which will be displayed in the risk calculator. We will have a demo in the second session, hopefully. Next, please. This is overall approach from the top left. This is the hazard module, and on the top right is the element at risk, and the bottom right this is the vulnerability. If the elements are exposed, then what is their vulnerability? By 1 we mean they are completely collapsed. By 0 means there is no collapse, there are no damages. And finally, we will have a reconstruction value in our database, which we will come up with the annual average losses and probable maximum losses at time. Please next. What the overall, the complete spatial picture is like that. It's a 2 scenarios. The left one is earthquake. The top left shows the element of risk. In this case, this is the building topologies. The different colors of the building types. The top right, the BGA value based zone. And the second row, this one actually shows the exposed element at risk. And if we go to this area, these are the vulnerability curves, which have been prepared for the typologies. They are prevailing in Pakistan. And finally, we will calculate the losses by incorporating the element reconstruction values. The same thing for the flood one. Again, at the top, these are the flood zones, and then we have the different return periods, the different scenarios. Again, the vulnerability curves, and finally we will come up with the financial losses in terms of the AL and PLR. Next, please. The overall project progress almost we have completed 5 different components, and the rest of the 3 are right now under the process, and we hope that the project will be ready for deployment by the end of June, inshallah. Next, please. Coming to the some highlights from the projects, we acquired like a 500,000 square kilometer high resolution satellite data for preparation of the land cover and crop paths into this project. On the right side, we also acquired a very detailed digital elevation model for the river floodplain generation in the model. Next, please. Coming to the hazard modules, we are covering 7 major rivers across the Pakistan. This slide shows the area of the interest, and this shows the importance of the digital elevation model for the terrain representation in the model. You can see the level of the details of the embankment, and the other structures are very clearly visible. Even the water depth and the surrounding area, they can be very easily mapped and can be seen. Next, please. This is a model that we developed using the 2D flood model Hector's 2D. Here right now you see the direct simulation for one of the scenarios. We have 5 scenarios: 5 years, 10 years, 25 years, 50 years, and 250 years. The typical output are the flood extent, flood velocity, flood durations, which has been mentioned on the right side over here. Next, please. Coming to the earthquake, again, we have collected the catalog almost for 100 years or more than 100 years. Dr. Wasim is here, so we will talk in more detail in the second session about this one. Next, please. So this is one of the map for the 475 years. This is one of the this is the minimum recommended period that is used for the designing of the different structures in the country. So this, right now it shows the PGA values across the Pakistan for the 475 years scenario. Besides in the 475, we have a map 95, 975 and 2475 years, the return period mapping under the probabilistic contact. Typical output also include the spectral accelerations, which are usually required for the bridge designs and building. And last but not least, this is the on-site response analysis. Next, please. Coming to the ground, is one of the slow onset disasters. If you look back in the 20 years, then we can also see, like for example, the first row shows the reproduction of the drought that actually struck Pakistan in 2000 and 2002 years. So it can be really seen in the form of the red colors over here. And in the last row, we can also witness the drought that was witnessed in the observed in the third distance 2018. Next, please. However, we cannot rely only on the false, so we use the climate change data. Consequently, also here we will discuss in more detail in the second session. But we have two scenarios: the low carbon emission and the maximum carbon emission. And so we have now the projected number of the dry days on the national level that can be used for the drought hazard assessments. Next, please. Coming to the tropical cyclones, again, we acquired the adequate, most authentic database for the modeling. Next, please. We will have a detailed presentation in the second one. This one shows the wind distribution in case of the 1,000 years. Because the cyclone usually we go until 2,000 years, and some people also go beyond 1,000, like up to 5,000 years simulations. So the 1,000-year simulation for wind distribution is shown in this category. The different color shows the tropical cyclone characterizations based on the Saga-Simpson scales that we adopted from the United States. Next, please. These are the 6 different return periods for the drought wind hazard assessment and the cyclone assessments. Next, please. So in addition to the wind hazard assessment cyclone, actually we have 2 other products. We have the storm set along the coast. So this dotted shows actually the height of the storm set that we expect against the probabilistic manner, and this right one actually shows the overland inlandation against these hazards. Next, please. Coming to the exposure module, as I mentioned already, we have developed a very precise land cover on the national level, which can be also used for the other planning purposes and monitoring purposes. Even for the land use restriction, because this is the need of our for Pakistan, we must introduce now the land use restriction in our country to protect our food security and national security. The other 2 products are the crop mask, this one, and then we also developed the land use nation in the urban area using the very high resolution satellite imagery. We will have a detailed presentation in the after the tea break. Next, please. Okay, so this, and besides that, we also acquired data from the PBS, from the house census and the population census, and also the data of the poorest from the BISD database, so that we can assess the social vulnerability against these 4 disasters as well. Next, please. So this house it works like that. On the left side, these are the element at risk. In the middle, we have the hazard layer. On the right side, the red dot shows actually the element at risk that are exposed to the particular hazards. Next, please. Okay, vulnerability module. Right now, we are passing this through this one, but we have different vulnerabilities. Like under the physical vulnerability, we have a beta, we have the crop, and then again crop against flood and drought, and we have the social vulnerability. And again, we have the environmental vulnerability. Next, please. Once all things are ready, then all the information will be made available through the risk calculator. This is already in place now. We will have a demo in the afternoon session, inshallah, and you can easily just look into the different features that we have developed for the different users like education planning and tourist industry and disaster protection experts. Next, please. Some anticipated benefits, some of them have been already highlighted by Mr. Mubashir, but I will more precisely focus on the last one. Besides ERR, risk financing, and special planning, we will be also able to realize scenario from the COP21 and SDGs. So that will be a major contribution towards the goal agenda. Last one, please. So I just will finish with this quote. Disaster management is the shared responsibility. Thank you very much for the attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Khalsa, for giving such an insightful presentation. Now I would like to request Lieutenant General Chairman NDRMF to share his views with us. He has been in acknowledgement to his services. He has been awarded the military, and he is a veteran officer from the Army Corps of Engineers who has vast command and staff experience to his professional credits spanning more than 3 decades, including command of operationally deployed formation infantry division along a part of one border in Balochistan and infantry brigade in Islamabad. He has remained Director General of Frontier Works Organization (FWO) and Director General of Military Infrastructure at GHQ. His assignments abroad include Foreign Staff Course in Australia and second one as Deputy Chief Engineer Operations at UN Mission East Timor. Over to you, sir.
Honorable Dr. Jandev, all participants. It's my profound privilege to be here with the NDRMF associations, and we have also been in continued interaction with all stakeholders who are part of the national response building for Pakistan disasters. Not only the disasters, but the range of national emergencies that we are now confronting in the present and the immediate future. We understand that there could not be any specific or more realistic, probabilistic explanation of the disasters that we have confronted last year, and the world is now seeing this year too. The last year floods of Pakistan have also benchmarked a necessity for reshaping the way that we think about disasters and the emergencies in Pakistan and the region and abroad. We also seen that while comparing Pakistan and the recent earthquakes of Turkey and Syria, there could not be a very authenticated probabilistic estimation of these disasters as we have seen both in Pakistan and in Turkey. Although there could not be any other optional choices for countries who are residing into the residual risks of being exposed to these disasters again and again. But there are protocols which can be managed properly, and if understood, they can be instrumental in shaping the policies for the future development of national modeling, remodeling of preparedness and response. We have understood from these experiences in the past that whatever protocols that we develop, whatever rules and regulations that we adapt, they have to be people-centric and they have to be induced in the user requirement of the areas. Whatever predictions that we make, we understand the definitions of risks, disasters, risk reduction, mitigation and management, they vary from a zone to another. They vary from one economically capacitated region or the country to another. What means a normal rain for a region could become a disaster for another disaster for another region, which is not economically or financially or structurally capacitated for that limited exposure to the rains. So the amount of natural exposures to these rains, droughts, floods, temperature variations, they would vary as per the natural and social capacities of the various countries. While we understand that Pakistan struggles with its financial stabilization of the economy, we also have a significant responsibility in identification of our immediate and present risks and dangers which are confronting Pakistan. We have seen the past that global efforts in Shandai framework and identification of the SDGs have also been on a path of limited
achievement of goals, although the 50% timeline has already expired from 2015 to 2020 timeline. So after lapse of about 7 to 8 years, we have seen that variations in the achievements from 10% to 14% in various competitive goals which have been set by the global community and the United Nations. So thereby, there is a reason for mid-course correction or reset or redefining our goals for the next 50% of the time, which is available for not only the SDGs, but I understand that out of these SDGs, there is a requirement to identify our national development goals for Pakistan. Because we understand since these risk reduction or the DRR is the norm of the town, why not we can work from disaster reduction to disaster elimination? Or is this a possibility of going for a total immunity from these disasters? Because knowing the risk is one thing, and then we understand that ability to respond or to be able to respond to that risk is another thing. If we know the thing and then we do not perform the capacity to react, only then the natural phenomena or partial benign looking natural phenomena can become a disaster for a nation or a structure. Or if we know the thing and we either are not able to react or we do not have the capacity to react, then there are two different variants. One, we would like to be prepared for these disasters and build very resilient infrastructure for our country. Is our financial capacity adequate enough to not only raise the strength to the existing infrastructure and also add the required resilience for all strategic infrastructure which is being developed or which will be developed for Pakistan in the next few years? So that there are two different questions which have to be answered. And we understand that NatCat is one tool to estimate our disasters, but they rely on this is one of the inputs that we take at the national level for defining our disasters and then planning for them well ahead. We understand that our all technical technology modeling and then our institutional framework for our archived academic excellence in these subjects can only predict based upon the past experiences or recorded history of these disasters. But we have seen over the last, let's comparing for the last 30 to 50 years, the trajectory of these disasters which have been in the last 5 years is altogether different from the last 5 to last 30 years and beyond. So thereby the world global climate behaviors are so erratic in changing and they are changing in so fast manner that it will be very difficult to prepare for them totally and in all cross zones. We understand now in this year there are phenomena like global fires, intense heat, and then there are unexpected rains, droughts, floods, urban floodings all over the world. That means that this climatic estimations from all our recent past modeling, our technical capabilities have not been able to predict this kind of erratic behaviors of the climate, and that will also continue in the near to far past future in the times to come. So thereby, it invokes a necessity to be not be able to be more proactive in modeling these capabilities, in defining our threats, and be able to define our trajectories of these risks and emergencies much ahead of time. There are capabilities, and we have, I'm sure, our technical experts do know that the capacity of forewarning, our early warning capability development for a range of like many months to a year is held in most areas of the world. Because if these type of early warnings are there, and then we can define these risks for our users, so our users' knowledge and our ability to predict these disasters in time will create a buffer between us and the disaster, which can provide the adequate time for creating the national preparedness and the resolve. So that creation of national preparedness and resolve will come from two things: the financial capability to manage the demands of that preparedness period, and then our users' alignment to the protocols that we need. At the moment, at the time, after the flood assessments and surveys in Pakistan, we have realized that in most of the areas, our users, communities, they were not actually prepared for response and not do they have the adequate knowledge of these disasters which are impending or looming ahead. One reason could have been our institutions which have been engaged on the disaster management, knowledge development, intellectual creation of hub of these intelligence at the regional levels in our various universities across the globe, and they've not been able to define these threats well in time. We are doing exceptionally high effort in our own domains, but I very politely would submit that these efforts have been in silos of individual excellences. We need to now redefine the way that we understand the disasters, and now we redefine the way that Pakistan would impact from these disasters in the near future. Now, two things would come up as a key recommendation for us. One is the knowledge of this emergency spectrum and knowing the risk earlier. Okay, if we know the risk and the people understand that this is going to strike us, you have seen in some of these slides of the RMF modeling that if there is a sizable hutments of the village, and then there's a flood water as a protection. So obviously, there is some portion of the area which will come under flooding. But we understand that if this warning would have been before the construction of these inhabitations, then the value of that early warning would have been meaningful. If already there are people who are living in the urbanization or explosively expanding urbanizations, it would be very difficult for people to then readapt and get away from these areas, which are now defined, or today they are now being defined as the waterways which are going to see these disasters in future. So in all circumstances, we need to develop not only the capacity to early warn our people of the warnings of the dangers that we are confronting with, but also the ability to adapt and then change from the way. We understand the flood, droughts, earthquake, and volcanoes, tsunamis, cyclones, they're not individual phenomena. There's one always related to the another. We understand there could be the slope melting, and then there could be an absolutely drought period. And the drought period, if it is linked with our deforestation, obviously it would create lots of other related problems too. At NDMA in Pakistan, we have now started looking forward not only at the management part of it, but we are looking at the whole spectrum of mitigation. We define this as the requirement of the proactive measures of meeting our requirements well ahead, and then by creating an institutional framework where we can put all the universities into a national think tank to make these policies for Pakistan and to adapt these policies and change these policies, update these recommendations on a very frequent basis, going back to the people, talking to the people as per the requirement of the area, and then meeting our provincial and disaster management authorities at district level, and then finding out what are the recommendations, rules, and ideas are required. Knowing these risks through these models like NatCat itself, it could be a good thing, but I think till the time our decision makers and policy makers at the provincial, district, and national level are not well informed, the response cannot be effective. And thirdly, at NDMA, we are likely to have a National Emergencies Operations Center, which is going to house inputs like NatCat itself. And there we expect that if we can combine all these technical superior interface of technology in the form of multi inputs from terrestrial inputs from satellites, our national databases, and our ability to fuse this or create a fusion of this data through a master software, which can create a common picture for Pakistan every day, so that you can see live what is Pakistan looking like and what it is, the exposure of it projected in next 6 to 8 months. So that will create an ability for us to even plan, like our Pakistan's med data, flood data, and our or other social data can be joined together, and these overlapping layers will be then conforming to our models like NatCat, and then creating a very realistic awareness about these disasters in Pakistan. And knowing these disasters well in time will then create awareness where we can ask our communities like everybody else, like finance, insurance, and then other projects and components to not only shape their policies well in time, but also be able to respond. We understand that after these disasters, in fact, the cost of projects, insurances will go very high. But at the same time, this risk financing has to be take into account the balance between creating the deterrence of the projects and then maintaining the adequate balance for the projects and health as well. So there is, on one end, we do not create that much of a deterrence which inhibits development of sectors like tourism. On the other side, you adequately provide the safety and the projects where they provide security and instill a sense of stability and secure tourism for the country too. So at the end, we would like to continue our association with NDRMF and other federal divisions, and we would like to go ahead with these technology on a very fast track basis, because now whatever phenomena that we're looking at, like comparing Turkey, for example, and Syria with the zone, projections, they know that they are standing on the tectonic plates, and plates are subject to frequent shakings. But what can be done in peacetime? What kind of infrastructure can be developed? What should be developmental protocols, and then implementation, quality control mechanisms on all further transitions, our risk financing, and then auditing of these projects. So there's a need of have every year annual updation of these disaster management plans. We understand that whatever NDRMF and MP we had in 2012 has been outdated since very long, and this disaster management plans, they are now the requirement of at least annual updation, where we have a clarity on how Pakistan should behave and react in various kinds of emergencies across the spectrum of these 12 months. We can range from slow emergencies to drought, and then looking at the monsoon and then post-monsoon and then earthquakes in various parts of the year. And the requirements of various areas are different, requirements of various social sectors are different. But we understand that and I also saw that in the videos too, that the NDRMF, out of all these spending, food security is only 4%. That alarms me to a great extent, because knowing only, taking example of last year, like 2022, whatever 1/3 of Pakistan's food cropland area has gone into the water. So that is 1/3 of the crop has been lost. So that food security should also give us some indicator of how much additional requirement of this food provision will be for the next year and ahead. So thereby recommending to the national policy makers, planning divisions, that how much adequate finance has to be kept reserved in addition to this year's surplus budget, so that we can identify the requirement of managing this additional food items either through procurement or increasing the crops yield. But everything will take time and with the money. And as I said earlier, identification of these risks is very important. Yes, we understand. But then our ability to respond is intrinsically linked with our financial capacity, then our mass communication of this knowledge to the users. Unless our users are educated, and our users are actually the people on the ground that are studying different parts of Pakistan, from the very remote to Pakistan down to the end of Nevada. So these are the people who need to understand that they definitely will respond to whatever projection that we can develop from our models like NatCat, and then at superior NEOC and NDRMF will start functioning in about 2 months' time. So they have national effort to energize people, make people sensitized, and then respond through various national mock exercises that can be done, which can these train people or guide people that what more actions are being taken from their home levels, the school institutions, the social sectors, the tribal and village component societies, and then how they are really responding. What all has been done in our infrastructure development in the past cannot be undone because of the various sectors, social and financial both. But we need to then see that how best we can brace ourselves for meeting these national emergencies, natural catastrophes, as is written on the slide. But I think it will take more than that, and we need to have both short-term and medium-term planning for this. And then after recovering from these disasters, we need to continuously update our experiences, have our experiences shared, archived, the databases, and there are people who are experts on these disaster management, do this research, and feedback on these projects should be given to our institutions and educational institutes who should be going onto the ground, making these recoveries from the field data and doing their research and creating those protocols which can be used by our disasters management planners, institutions like us, people of policy holders like our honorable minister and ministerial staff, and the climate change, finance, planning, they all work hand in hand with each other. And the last point is people also question, we would say that is it a climate change? Climate was always like that. Probably the user changed, and the user change has been affected upon the climate to get away from the normal course, and then normal course is now disturbing not only Pakistan but also other parts of the world too. So the climate change will stay as global topic, It will need a global approach, and Pakistan has now started advocating for a need of global climate stress reversal. Can that be done? We asked this question from our intellectual experts on disaster management. And let's not talk only about disaster risk reduction, but let's move to at least achieve disaster risk elimination, especially for those exposed and vulnerable societies who have significantly less financial capacity to recover from a medium-sized disaster like Pakistan. But we have seen that this disaster has now challenged almost every region of the world, from Australia, South China, Americas, Latin America, Pakistan, Europe, and now Central Europe. We wish everybody who has been working with NDRMF, NatCat, all good luck, and I'm sure significant effort has been contributed in the last many years. We understand this will be a key input in one of the decision-making platforms that we are looking to build for Pakistan to have at least clear picture for the experts at various levels, and then a simpler picture to create that national mass communication awareness in our all walks of life. I think that is a thing.
Thank you very much, sir. Now I would like to invite our chief guest, Dr. Mohammad Khan, who is Special Assistant to Prime Minister and Chairman NDRMF Board of Directors. He is an ex-civil servant. He has more than 35 years of experience in public service and has held key leadership positions in the federal and provincial government. He has previously served as the Deputy Chairman Planning Commission. He has also served as Chairman FBR and Secretary Board of Investment. During his stint in Punjab, he served as Chairman Planning and Development Board, Additional Chief Secretary, Energy and Finance Secretary. Apart from working in Pakistan, he was posted as Commercial Counselor Embassy of Pakistan in France for 5 years, with the portfolio of strengthening bilateral economic ties between France and Pakistan. Currently, he is the Vice Chair Board of Directors of the Public-Private Partnership Authority. He is the Chancellor of Pakistan Institute of Development Economics (PIDE) and is chairing key government department authorities like Pakistan Bureau of Statistics and UPEC Authority, CPEC Authority. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for this presentation and introduction. The Treasurer now, Chairman NDMA, Mr. Patrick Bond and Ms. Bond. Good job, Mr. Bond. I'd like to express, sure I speak to all of us, our deepest sympathy for the people of Turkey, and of course also the Syria suffered so much. Terrible outfit. Our deepest sympathy for the people. I think all the key points, in fact, have been made. Very distinguished discussion, a very distinguished participation. I'd just like to focus on a couple of things that we could just put together. One of the key points which has been made is to see how we can develop more collaborative partnerships. I think it requires not only a whole of government approach, but working with institutions, academia, government partners, and also globally. I think that comes across very clearly. And this workshop is important in that sense that people from diverse backgrounds coming together and working together towards goals which have been very clearly laid out and all the national frameworks. I'm glad people spoke about the sustainable development goals and how those are very, very important in terms of the welfare of the people. And these frameworks also must blend with these goals, because unless we move forward for the sustainable development progress, these disasters will always be a setback take people back a couple of years, couple of decades, livelihoods lost, lives would be lost, people will be made and handicapped. All of that puts a sustainable government goal in place. So I think that's the framework, and we need to keep that as a central part in our discussion. I'm also very glad that the SUPARCO and the NDRMF are working together. This is a kind of partnership and collaboration that so really essential to address topics of such enormous importance and versatility and variedness. Therefore, I like to compliment both these organizations for the work that they're doing. Bringing together experts who can guide policymakers and field functionaries to respond to these events more purposefully and more effectively. The next important point, which this workshop focuses upon, is modeling. And both the points were very critically made that these models are based upon the historical data, the historical learning, but also takes into account the changing environmental conditions and new kind of threats emerging. We all aware COVID-19 was one such event which would not have been foreseen in that context. And there would be new kinds of events and new kinds of disasters which cannot be foreseen only through looking at previous patterns and databases, but this brings together not only the need to look at what has happened and try to forecast, but also to anticipate based upon other probability mechanisms and functions. Nevertheless, the probability function that this modeling is going to perform in itself is a very important function. It's also very time. Next point is regarding the particular vulnerabilities of Pakistan. I think it's often said we all understand this is a very important organ. But in the coming few years, perhaps quite a few years, the public sector financing capability is quite limited. And we are aware of that. And this compounds the challenge, given the fact that the population growth rate is still quite high. Pakistan is vulnerable in terms of climatic catastrophes. With limited financing capabilities, I think we'll have to become more smarter in terms of how we use public funds and public investment. And develop more partnership and bring out private financing as well to see how it can help us use the also risk management. In that context, I think the other point which was made regarding insurance and reinsurance is very important. There's been discussions going on, and the projects so far are rather limited in their application. And we need to protect a large number of people by using more client-friendly and innovative projects in terms of insuring and reinsuring the citizens and those who are vulnerable. So I think this model, this work, I understand, would also help insurance companies to understand this risk more, not clearly, but more pragmatically. And that would help us with new financing models. I think also the point has been made, but I'd like to re-emphasize the importance of working the government model methods. And there's a great deal of thought process which needs to go into whether or not the government model that we've been pursuing in the last 40 years or so is it giving us the results in terms of social indicators. Mention the sustainable government goals are not being achieved. Given the public services is not satisfactory for the general public, and there is internal sense of the government not being able to deliver these basic services that's expected. And also see this look and perhaps it's beyond this shop, flag it, issue. The development model being pursued, largely infrastructure driven and largely asset curation. Does not focus enough on management of assets, leveraging of assets, and bringing in private sector to deliver services in a better manner so that receive those services. The National Disaster Risk Management Fund was established 7 years back, and we saw what it has been able to achieve so far, but practically challenged norms. The last year or two, the fund has had some extra challenges in terms of where its location in the government. There was a transition, the board was being completed, the management was in the transition. So I think if the work for this fund is very clearly charted out, it's one of our responsibilities, not only to be able to bring more financing to this domain, also disaster risk reduction, or as General said, perhaps not elimination, at least minimum chances of disaster encountering. So the fund is not only there to leverage more resources, but it's also extremely important that it brings in changes in approach that are so desperately needed in the wider government. And I think as chair of the board, I can assure you that the board is very committed in continuously encouraging the management to work with all government partners to both multilateral, bilateral, but also the domestic government partners to see that we are able to achieve this objective for which the fund was established. I'd like to congratulate everyone. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your, for enlightening us with your views and providing us guidelines for future course of action. Now I would like to request Mr. Bilal Anwar and Mr. Zafari Pal to come in front of the stage and present awards to the honorable. Yeah, I would request Traffic staff to come in front of the stage and speak the sheet. So now I would request Lieutenant General Inam Head staff to come in front and give the chief. Now I would request Dr. Mustafa Isaac to come in front of the stage and review his work. Now I would request Dr. After Florin to come in front and receive award for Mr. Shokat Sharfi from the division. I request Dr. Mohammed Farooq Shah to come and receive the award. Now I request Dr. Mohammed Wasim, National Key Expert, Southern Health, to come in front of the presentation. Dr. Shahid Iqbal, National Key Expert, Hydrometeorology and Modeling. Can you join us for receiving your award? Now I would invite Mr. Nayyar Hussain, ED Strategy and New Initiatives, Alarm Tobacco Limited, to come and receive his award. Now I would request Dr. Jahadev Saab and to give award to Mr. Bilal Anwar, CEO NDRMF. And now I would request Mr. Dr. Iqbal to receive his award. I will request Dr. Asif Khan, National Key Expert, Climate Change, to come and stage and receive his award. Thank you very much, sir. Now we would be taking a break for tea and refreshment and for group photo as well. Thank you.
प्रेजेंटेशन बताओ यार ये की तो बिल्कुल ये से किए चेक करने लगा ये जिसने लिंक खोला ना वेबसाइट ये आखिरी सबसे आखिरी है हाँ ना इस टाइम को पता लगा बाद में कर दी
Kindly be seated so that we can resume with the session well. Have this module, please. I would like to call upon Dr. Amjad Ali from SUPARCO to join us at the stage as a moderator, please. I would also request, Mr. Mubashir Hussain, NDRMF, to join us as moderator. I would request Dr. Erdik Mustafa to join us on stage, please. And Dr. Muhammad Wasim, National Key Expert, Geophysical Hazard, please be there. Our first session will start with the presentation of Dr. Erdik Mustafa to share his knowledge on seismic hazard, vulnerability, and risk loss assessment with us. Dr. Professor Erdik Mustafa is from Consultative University, Islamabad, Turkey. He is a renowned structural engineer and seismologist. Dr. Erdik Mustafa was the main contributor to the EME project and has provided consultancy for agriculture in Pakistan. He has more than 40 years of experience in geophysical hazards. Over to you, sir.
First of all, I would like to thank Mr. Zafar Iqbal and Dr. Mohammed Farooq for inviting me to take part in this very important project, and I'm glad that I'm also present in this workshop that the essentials of what's being done. I'll be talking more on the risk part because the presentation after me that's Dr. Wasim is not on the hazards, so I will be hazard part for him. Before going to my presentation, I will essentially talk about 5 minutes on the Catastrophe 13, so that you will have an idea of what is based, and on after that I will talk. Let's have the first slide, please. Well, on February 6, about a week ago, we had 2 strong earthquakes. One of them was 7.8. The other one was 7.5, about 9 hours apart. They took place in southeastern Turkey, and those took place on a number of faults, and they were very destructive. These were the largest size earthquakes that such as Spatial can create. An example of which took place in 1906 in California, and then and it destroyed about 80% of the city of San Francisco. So the earthquake is no joke. The level of preparedness over is very important. So many fatalities. Let's have the second slide. This is the site of the earthquake, the one that I indicated by red. That site encompasses close to about 200,000 or 250,000 buildings and about a population of close to 10 million people. That's good. Those are the distribution of the epicenter of the earthquake. The fault rupture, the initial fault rupture exceeds 300 kilometers, it's close to 400 kilometers. And the second one is about 150 kilometers. And usually at a distance of about 30 kilometers either side of the fault, you have damage. So that means that about 60 kilometers by close to 600 kilometers the damage there. That's a huge area that they contact is building and the population of that. Well, these are the manifestations of the fault. You can see the roads are displayed essentially, and the river as well is spaced. It's good that at the time there was no drink running, otherwise it would have caused another disaster. Right. The country is well instrumented. Those are
at this location, you say about 1,500 stone motion further that recorded the motion. So that will allow us to analyze the ground motion from that. This is the distribution of the accelerations in this area. We can cover the peak area, a large area, and the peak accelerations reach about 0.6, 0.8. Those are very large, 4.9 and this is distribution of the velocities. The velocities come here more narrow, but you can see that they follow the main fault lines. Now these are the response spectra. Look at the one at the top, middle top. The one that you see with straight lines is what we use for design of building. And the one that you see with the rolling lines, that's the blue one and the red line at the top, those are the ones that are measured in the survey. So you can see that if you, for example, look at the numbers underneath 1, 2, 3, 4, they relate to the period of one more or less coincides with the 10-story structure. So if you go over that 10-story structure, no matter how you build them, they would be receiving twice the amount of design ground motion. So, well, that's not easy to sustain. But then again, obviously there is damage from it. And then the damage was we were able to simulate the damage cities after that, to have enough prior, and then we hope that a similar capacity will also be existing in the project that we are trying to do for Pakistan. At the end of the project, we will be able to do such simulations, either scenario cases before the earthquake, what if type of studies, or after the earthquake. Right. Now you can see that the damage is quite binary. There are buildings standing behind, there are heavy collapses in between. You don't see much of that, what we call medium. Actually, what was expected, such an earthquake with damages, that's fine. You can lose the building, but damage should be such that you can save the people. If you have the damage side that such that all the walls are piled on each other, there's no way of saving. It's very difficult, such a risk and that means that the codes were not adhered properly. They were adhered from 99.5%, but the remaining 5% that essentially deal with the detailing of the reinforced concrete at the beam column junction, they were missing. Part of them are missing because it may be a problem before some report, and some of them may be just the people who will it. So that's the you are not worried, as I said, from the damage, you are worried from the credit side. Go ahead. Now essentially as I said, you are not really that much worried about the damage, but the ground motion is very high, damage expected, and then there's a compulsory big insurance that almost 60% penetration is set. So that no matter the house are damaged, they will collect their money if they house they can bring the things that the owners the one that lost their lives, and the culprit is here two things. One of them is the non-conformance with the code, and secondly is the accountability. Now the way these things are handled in Turkey is the legal procedures, and after such damages and is non-adherence to the codes, the government arrests people. But that is a very diffuse process. The responsibility is a very diffuse process. They say this one is responsible, that one is responsible. Both cases take years, and there are all problems. So the accountability problem we should correct it, and then what we are proposing also is that in addition to the legal and administrative accountability, we should also financial accountability in the way of malpractice insurance. So those that design the building and those that construct the building should produce malpractice insurance from the insurance company. So that it will serve two purposes. First, that the insurance companies will not give the malpractice insurance with good rates, or they even decline it. So the contractors that do not have a good record, and they will benefit from it. So those proactive actions should be in place as well, while we are pushing development to mandate such, as I said, malpractice insurance rules. Go ahead, next one, please. Well, we are grateful to our partners and sisters. The teams have done a great job. Thank you. Now let's go with the subject of the risk assessment. One of the tenets of the mitigation of the earthquake is the first tenet is know your risk. Well, then the second tenet is do not increase the existing risk. The third tenet is the decrease the existing risk. And the fourth tenet is the transfer of the risk to other market. Well, I will come to that, but the second tenet, once you know the risk, the second tenet is that do not increase the risk. That means that feel everything from now on with respect to the board. Following. Secondly, do not decrease the risk. That means that identifying the buildings with improper investment and definitely strengthen or liberty. That's the second one. And the third thing is that you have big insurance so that the risks are transferred to reinsurance to optimize. Now we have been very good at the first one, for essentially for identifying risk. And then the really good in the second one, that means that we not increase the risk, but we fail in decreasing the existing risk. That means that we let the building stand. And the third one, we have one of the top countries in the world, New Zealand, that has done a good job, even 50 years. Now, for the assessment of the risk at this stage is that the important is the inventory and assets. And then the loss we define is the reduction in the value of assets damage, and risk is the uncertainty of loss, and the risk and those estimation quantification of the risk. All of these things, especially the inventory part and the hazard part, involves huge uncertainties. So in a way, the risk assessment should encompass the management of these uncertainties. Go ahead. Well, I'm not going to talk on the policy or this I have given the into the equation. It's a triple integral that can be done easily, and then the doctor was it for mistakes. Go ahead. The thing is that what you see is that first you need the inventor on the left side, then you need the hazard on the top, and then you have to combine hazard with the vulnerabilities, and then you end up with what we call the loss and risk curve. That essentially on the vertical axis, what you see is the annual accidents, and the horizontal axis is the amount of that accidents in monetary terms. That is usually the one product of the risk assessment, even for a locality or for the whole region. Obviously, for this year, the first focus depends on the process. Go ahead. There are several methodologies for the risk assessment. I don't want to go details, but the whole team here at the SUPARCO, the secret also the methodologies and developing even more methodology. Go ahead. If you come to the hazard, as I said, the triple integral that involves the obviously the earthquake data, and then combination of data to use the risk. When we say past earthquake data, that's a very difficult issue. Meaning that, for example, in Pakistan, you can have earthquake data for about, I would say, for about 500 years. Turkey, we have about 2,000 earthquakes are taking place for 2 years. So that we do not know exactly what went on in the past 2 million years, or 20 million years, and we are looking for a very small window and try to extrapolate for the future. That's a difficult step. Go ahead. The main tool in the hazard assessment is what we call the GM, that's the ground motion modeling, and the ground motion modeling means that for a given earthquake, meaning that location and magnitude, what will be the ground motion at this location? Well, that can be computed obviously with some amount of uncertainty, but and that uncertainty may be enough for the hazard, but for the risk, that's another answer. For example, I have an earthquake at one location, at a specific location, and in our model, we might do a circle around that location. And if they all have the same ground condition, that means that all the points on the circle will have the same ground. That's not correct. There's also the spatial variation. The ground motion varies from one point to another point on that circle itself. And that spatial variation is not that important for the hazard, but it is important for the risk. Go ahead. Go ahead. And for this spatial variation, we follow certain curves and certain regulations. For example, what you see is that on the horizontal axis, you use separation of distance between points. On the vertical axis, you see the correlation. How about that? If they are vertical to each other, you can see the correlation, very good correlation. But if they separate from each other, say 10, 5, 10, even at 5 kilometers, the correlation becomes very low. So that uncertainty should also be reflected in the risk assessment. Right. And then the output of the hazard, essentially, the hazard dynamics from the output is that you see, for example, on the ground motion level, and on the vertical axis, the annual count. This is the probabilistic description of the ground motion hazard. Correct. And then the portfolio is very important for those things, and then there will be other parts of the portfolio. I'm not going to go into that, but the important thing in the portfolio is that the specification. Some building types in Pakistan are similar internationally, especially in big cities, but when it comes to villages and other areas, they may be intrinsic to Pakistan, so they should be quite separately for that. And then the usual justification of the base of the method used for construction, building construction, number of stories, and the year built, but those are more applied to urban buildings, not to rural ones. Go ahead. Go ahead. The fragility functions, let's go at this one as well. Go ahead. One more. Okay. Now, we have to separate between the fragility and vulnerability. Fragility gives you the damage. So that means that if you on the horizontal axis, what you see is some sort of ground motion value. On the vertical axis is the damage will be received by the buildings on the basis of that ground motion value. As you can see, the damage varies from slightly complete, and then you can see how much percentage of the buildings given damage class for a ground motion. This is fragility. Now the important thing is how to pass this from this fragility to what means that the losses. That is also country specific. I mean, a medium damage in one country, the reinforced country may not produce the same monetary loss that is the case in Pakistan. So that also should be computed, and that's what it is the loss ratio. Loss ratio means that the amount of money that you'll be spending for rectification of this building divided by the original cost of building. That's what we call the loss ratio. And then we try to give things in terms of loss ratio because it can be converted to monetary losses easily. Right? And to pass that, to do that, what we need is the consequence functions, the one that I showed you below. And that consequence functions is also country related. You cannot copy from one function of Pakistan. You need to develop it. Go ahead. Go ahead. When it comes to the assessment, the loss estimation, one of them is the probabilistic basis, and the other one is the second one is classical PSHA-based loss calculation. Classical PSHA-based loss calculation is not used anymore. What is used is probabilistic event-based loss calculation. What you generate on the basis of the say quantitative data in Pakistan, you create an earthquake catalog, say for 10 repeating the same cycle. And then you individually apply the earthquakes country at specific location, obtain the risk, and then after you obtain risk or damages or all those things, then you do statistical analysis of this. That was very difficult in all days, but now with the advent of very fast computers, that can be done. We call it Monte Carlo procedure. That type of procedure is what we are looking at. Because that gives you correct. And then obviously what you expect from this analysis is also important. One of them is that depending on the type of loss modeling, the primary metrics are the exceedance probability, annual average annual loss ratio, and probable maximum loss. The average annual loss ratio is what we call the basic. So if you want to institute an earthquake insurance, you take the average annual loss or average annual loss ratio and amplify it with your service for the profit expectations of the contents for the basic premium for the insurance. Go ahead. Go on that. Yeah, this is the average annual loss ratio, for example, in Turkey, and for example, you see for here, for example, those are in hundreds, so the largest figures refer to 5 in 1,000. So that means that on the basis of the average, if you take these are province, these are sub-province, you take a sub-province, if you loss ratio 0.05, that means that if the government of that sub-province wants, it can compute the value of the building in that area, and then the 0.5% of this value will be the annual premium to get that premium, minimum annual premium, because on top of it there are other costs. So that's how these things go ahead. And then hopefully in the project will bring for about 140 things. Go ahead. There are international studies done. This is just one study. This is on this global seismic distance provided by the global earthquake model, but this is a very, very low resolution that essentially we can have such models. Go ahead. This is the for the project to produce the earthquake as of now. We are starting a new version of the energy program that covers the area, but now we're dealing more with this, but we are working with essentially gaining some finance from the sponsors for it. And then this is the exposure map, global exposure map. And then this is the global seismic risk map. And you can see that again, resolution is a very big resolution. So each of these hexagons you see covered about 1,000 miles. And then this is the again of the resolution where I give some value of the loss exceedance curve. As you can see, is every 100 years, about you can exceed earthquake damage total about $10 billion in parts. That's what it shows. These will be rectified correctly or attended with the project we are running. Go ahead. Well, this concludes the session, my presentation. I don't want to speak further, but it's important to get the identification of uncertainties and the reflection of uncertainty downs. I mean, means does not mean the variation of the mean, minimum, and maximum are very important for the risk assessment. And this concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Arvind. Now we'll call upon Dr. Mohammed Wasim, National Key Expert Geophysical Analysis, to present his module and geophysical. Okay, there was a small change in the schedule. We would request Professor K.S. Merchant, University of Mane, WS with us, who will be joining us online to share his presentation with us. The hydrometeorological availability and risk graph assessment. Over to you.
Hello.
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 Hello, G, you are audible. Please continue with your meeting. Yes.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Thank you.
That's good.
Can you continue, please?
Start your presentation.
Can I start my presentation?
Yes.
Okay. Good. Share my screen. Can you see it? Okay, thank you. So let me start the presentation then. Thank you for inviting me for the meeting. I'm Kees van Wester. I'm a professor of multi-hazard risk assessment in the University of Twente. And I was asked by SUPARCO to advise them on the methodology for the hydrometeorological hazard vulnerability risk and loss assessment. I'm currently in another meeting, so I had some issues connecting, but it's good that we are a bit later. So I'm sorry I'm not able to attend your meeting personally, but hopefully you can follow it also online. What I would like to show in this presentation is a bit of the, say, what is the status and what is also a bit my view on how things are going. I would like to present a bit about the hazard assessment, the elements at risk, and the status of that. I think the hazard assessments are generally very good. They have been almost completed now, but the remaining part of the process has definitely had a substantial delay. And so we will look at the elements at risk, the vulnerability and the loss and the risk part, and also to the socioeconomic indicators, how to integrate that with the overall methodology. Then I end with the number of challenges. So when we are doing this multi-hazard risk assessment, say the data requirements and the objectives for a study could be quite different depending on the application that is intended. Here a number of applications are seen. We are dealing with stakeholders that are defining possible scenarios, future scenarios, and risk reduction alternatives. And as a central component of the analysis is the risk analysis, where we carry out the hazard assessment, the element at risk study, the vulnerability and capacity analysis, do the risk analysis, and then it should be followed later by a risk evaluation to compare different alternatives. So this NatCat study aims to quantify the risk at the national level, and it's partly depends also on the scale with what kind of approaches can be done. I think here prioritization of districts with respect to investments are very important, but also risk financing and transfer mechanisms are an important aim. So within the overall methodology, the scale of analysis plays an important role, and also say the type of data available. I think we could make use of international data sets, but they would not be
detailed enough in many cases for the analysis. On the other hand, there are also a lot of international data sets that could be of help. We experienced definitely quite some lack of data within this project as far as I could see as an external advisor. We've had severe limitations, with some of the important input data. I think we had an issue with historical disaster data in terms of damage information related to, for example, crop yield or livestock mortality. We had issues also with elements at risk characterization, so having a national scale map. Example of the building stock was still an important issue, and also with a number of hazard data. So our approach in general was that we followed an approach where the risk, we try to express it as the expected losses in a given time period as a function of hazard vulnerability and amount of exposed elements at risk. So we try to get information from the hazard by looking at, say, the individual hazards, in this case, drought, flooding, and windstorms. We did this in terms of different return periods of frequencies, and so with respect to different intensity classes, so generating different intensity classes for different frequencies. This was done based on a number of approaches that are different for each type of hazard. But that basically provides us information on frequency of different intensities for these three types of hydrometeorological events. We also then did an exposure analysis of the elements at risk per district related to buildings, population, growth, livestock, crops, and also the aim is to do socioeconomic indicators. I think that has not really been reported to me on results yet. So the overlay of the hazard data with the elements at risk gives us the exposure, for which we could calculate the exposure per administrative unit. In this case, we do it by district, and we integrate this exposure information in the equation also together with physical vulnerability, where we look at the effect of the intensity classes on each of the types of elements at risk, using either vulnerability curves or vulnerability matrices. So this would then be analyzed at the level of, say, districts, and the reporting would be done as, say, losses per district, which then have to be also linked to a monetary value, so that we can assess it also as, say, economic losses. We also then link it with economic, socioeconomic indicators to get a holistic vulnerability assessment. That was the aim of the study, but we have reached up to a certain level. We used, of course, previous studies that have been done before. This is a study from 2017, not so long ago, a study by World Food Programme with several organizations in Pakistan that have done multi-hazard study and integrated analysis, but more in a qualitative approach. Here, their results are for the drought assessment. Now, we in this study did also a drought hazard assessment, where we have looked at, say, hydrological drought. We have at meteorological and at agricultural drought, and with each of those types of drought, we did different methods. So we used SPI from 1980 to 2010 for the meteorological drought, SDI for the hydrological drought, and a series of combinations of vegetation indices to gather information on yield losses for agricultural maps. Also, climate change impact have been taken into account in that drought study. So this is a quite extensive work that resulted in a lot of useful results for drought hazard and risk assessment. The report will be later, this will be later presented by one of the colleagues from SUPARCO. Then we also had another team working on wind hazard assessment. Here, support was also given by an expert from Free University of Amsterdam, who did also work for the World Bank on tropical cyclone hazard assessment. So wind hazard maps have been generated for different return periods. Also, say the curves have been generated for a number of points, and also they have been used in determining storm surge hazards for different return periods. So also this work will be presented later in the next block. Then we had a team also working on flood hazard assessment. Here again, the results from the previous study in 2017, and the study that was done within this particular project was based on the analysis of across using say the standard input data, doing the calibration, validation of the model, and simulating it for different rainfall scenario inputs, and obtaining information then on flood extent, flood depth, flood velocity, and flood duration. So these four components are very important. They are also used later in the vulnerability assessment. So this is one of the examples of the resulting maps. They have been generated for all the major river valleys within the country. Also, this will be presented later on today in another presentation. These data sets provide very useful information for the flood risk assessment. So the second component that we have now considered was the elements at risk. And so we discussed also which elements at risk should be considered. Built-up areas are very important to be classified into different types. And linked to that should have also a number of buildings per unit area and also building construction types. We also linked that with population information. This data was only done for major cities, so we had to use also a land cover map to assess the population and density and the built-up area classification in the rural areas. There was also an agricultural group that did the mapping of the land cover types, specifically focusing on the crop types. And there was a group working on livestock characterization and one dealing with different other aspects like roads and critical facilities. So the built-up area was initially done by zonation of cities within Pakistan based on, say, built-up areas. Of course, built-up area information could be obtained already from global human settlement layer, for example, data sets that are available globally up to a level of 10 meters, but then only provide information on built-up or not built-up areas. So what we need to do here is to characterize, to zone the cities based on different major urban land use types. And this was done initially in the grid. On polygons, they were converted to a grid. And within each grid, the average number of buildings was estimated, floor space in every grid, and also together with census population, estimation population within the grids were established. So here, examples of how this was done. Here, the classification that was done for characterizing the built-up areas, there were quite some discussions on the level of detail that would be required. Preferably a higher level of detail, but then more interpretation work would have to be done. And this work is done basically interpreting the urban land use, as no automated method could be employed here, or available data sets there. So this was a very lengthy work that took a long time, but it's now completed. And it resulted also in the characterization of the built-up areas in the database, which also links to information on building areas, number of buildings, floor space, estimated population, etc. For props, that work was also done. I forgot to put in the figure here, but say with respect to props, the final output is also obtained and is there. We don't have yet any definite information on livestock, unfortunately, because the group had large delays. So the next level of the analysis was to do a vulnerability assessment. So where we looked at what would be the expected damage ratios given the different hazard intensities for the types of hazards considered. I think this was also a large problem within the whole project, as we would have to do it in both physical vulnerability assessment as well as looking at a holistic vulnerability assessment. Physical vulnerability assessment took into account the degree intensity of hazards with the degree of physical losses, and we try to express that as vulnerability matrices rather than vulnerability curves. And then at the end also the holistic vulnerability or holistic risk assessment, which integrates the results of the physical risk loss estimation with socioeconomic indicators using a spatial multi-criteria evaluation approach. So we looked at many options for example, for flooding, looking at the global flood vulnerability database that's available at the EU level, but that groups vulnerability curves for different regions. Here examples for residential buildings in Asia. We found out there is a very large variation, and it is difficult to implement this directly within our area. We also consulted extensively the ERM vulnerability database, which is a database also used for the global risk assessment. But the building types are not always in accordance with the types that are within Pakistan. So at the end, we decided to go for this approach where we would look at, say, the relationship between hazard classes, looking at depth, velocity, and duration. So defining very low to high, very high, depending on the depth of flooding, the duration of flooding, and the velocity of flooding. And so through that, these kind of classes were then defined for each of the elements at risk. This process actually was discussed extensively with the team, but I have not yet seen the final report coming from that. So also this was supposed to be done for agricultural types, as well as for livestock, as well as for built-up areas. So the vulnerability for livestock, for drought, for example, is also something that was a problem that we have not yet seen a solution there. The team has not been able to obtain livestock information also in relation to the reduction of the mortality of livestock with respect to historical events. This is still an ongoing aspect. So to come to the risk assessment procedure, this is an overall picture, but actually with more hazards and more types of elements at risk than considered here. So if we would have different hazard types with different return periods, we have elements at risk. We do the spatial overlay, we aggregate data per district. We use vulnerability tables for each combination of hazards and elements at risk to convert the intensity into vulnerability information. We also then consider whether we should use spatial probability, so the likelihood, the percentage of the district which is actually affected, and then we calculate the losses for each return period. This is then being done in the next step to calculate annual losses, and then we present the information on the losses per district. So very simply said, it's looking like this. We have intensity maps, we have an element at risk map and vulnerability. Because we're using information from a discrete number of return periods, we would analyze the losses per return period. So a risk curve at the end would provide us information on the losses for each of the return periods of the hazard. And so that would give us a risk curve, and the area below the curve provides, say, the average annual losses as a simplification. We also advised to incorporate all the uncertainty, the input data into this. That would also result in different risk curves and say a variation of average annual losses between certain levels. However, it is difficult for the teams to represent these uncertainties in their maps so far. So this is another example of how we propose to calculate the risk. We propose to use the so-called Dutch method to calculate the risk, which is a simplification method that considers a limited number of return periods, calculate the loss from that, and calculate the area below the curve. So for the integrated analysis, we propose to use the informed risk method. So the informed risk method combines the results of the hazard exposure part, where we would also actually propose to use the risk itself instead of the exposure, and link that to indicators of vulnerability and indicators of coping capacity. This informed risk method is a globally accepted method that's been used by many international organizations, so it's very advisable to also present results for Pakistan in the same way. So this informed risk method has been developed nationally or globally, so for each country, but can also be applied at the subnational level, where also indicators should be found for each of those components. There is also a possibility for training, and it requires collaboration between different organizations. However, for Pakistan, we are in a certain way lucky, because there has been already work done by NatCat that have developed a risk and resilience portal with a number of examples of countries for which they've completely worked out these socioeconomic indicators into an informed risk index. And so this actually is data that could be directly used. If you go to this website, you will find also the informed risk scores for the districts in Pakistan, and that would be very helpful in terms of analyzing these overall socioeconomic risk. Of course, also very important would be, but that's maybe beyond the scope of the project, is to say compare or use the results of the huge floods of 2022 in improving the methodology. However, that would of course require further work, as many many of the elements at risk that we considered within our study, like the building stocks, agricultural areas, would be completely different now, or completely, say, marked very different from the situation before the 2002 floods. So the reason, using the results of the elements at risk before might be also giving us quite a bias. And also we could use the results to calibrate the model and to improve it. So to end with the problems and the challenges, the process has been a bit slow, I must say. I was asked to advise, and so on irregular occasions I was asked to advise, but then very few reports actually have been produced so far in terms of elements at risk and vulnerability. There have been quite delays, different changes in staffing within the teams, but also, of course, the recent disasters in 2022 that happened, and the different focus of SUPARCO during that period. But there is still work to be done on the characterization of the elements at risk. For example, livestock part is very much missing still. The integration of historical information on damage for improving, for example, the link between drought and crop yields is an important aspect, and also, developing vulnerability curves for livestock. That's also something that has to still be done. The integration of the data of hydrometeorological loss and risk also is a part that still needs to be carried out. So with that, I would like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Keith. I would invite Dr. Mohammed Vishnu, who is National Key Expert Geophysical Hazard, to present hazard model for geophysical hazard.
Thank you very much. I'm very honored to be part of this national consultative workshop. So mainly I will be talking about the seismic hazard analysis results obtained from the NatCat project. So with this, can we move on to the slides? So the first thing that comes up is the contribution that this work is almost completed, and could not complete this work without the guidance and continuous supervision of Professor Mustafa and constant support of Dr. Mohammed Farooq, reference to the coordinator and the director at SUPARCO. So can we move on? So these are the outline of my presentation. Generally, I will be briefly talking about the general tectonics and the past seismic history of Pakistan. Then I will go through the probabilistic seismic hazard analysis results. But before going to the results, I will talk about the inputs that are needed to carry out the analysis. And those inputs are the earthquake catalog, the source model, the ground motion prediction equation. And of course, we cannot do it by hand. We need a simple calculator. And I will go through each and every part of this probabilistic seismic hazard analysis scheme one by one. Can we move on? So, yes, switch back. A map here, some word has been missed. So, Pakistan, I have to take it like somehow it has been missed. I apologize for that, but Pakistan lies at collision boundary of three tectonic plates, and those three tectonic plates are Arabian, Eurasian, and Indian, and they are continuously in motion. And what I would like to I wanted to highlight by showing that figure that earthquakes have happened in the past, but they will happen in the future again due to the unique tectonic setting of Pakistan. And as an evidence to that, so we can see that this is the data epicenter of all the earthquakes from 2580 to 2016, having moment magnitude greater than 6.5. So you can see we have different clusters. So we have a history of earthquakes, seismic hazard rates are higher, but we should expect earthquake in the future as well. So basically, the probabilistic seismic hazard analysis, which we have chosen to perform the analysis for this project, was the classical Kernel-Maguire approach. So basically, this approach is based on the definition of the aerial sources, and we have obtained the results for the 95, 475, 975, and 2475 peer return periods. And these results are not only obtained in terms of peak ground acceleration. We have also obtained these results for 13 spectral periods. So basically, in order to perform the probabilistic seismic hazard analysis, as I highlighted earlier, we need an earthquake catalog, we need a source model, we need, once we have the source model, we have the earthquake catalog, we have to do the processing of earthquake catalog, then we, for every seismic zone in our source model, we need to have the recurrence relationships. So apart from that, we also need ground motion prediction equations or the attenuation relationship. We need a seismic calculator. In this case, we have used the OpenQuake, and the results, final results have been obtained as a uniform hazard spectra and the ground motion control maps. So basically, first input to our analysis was an earthquake catalog. So earthquake catalog has already been compiled. So what we did has we updated that earthquake catalog. We updated the catalog of Panetal 2020 was complete up to 2016. So what we did, one of the important characteristic of the earthquake catalog is that it needs to be a composite catalog. Composite catalog means it needs to have contributions from all the possible sources. So what we did, we took some online agencies and we took their data from those agencies and we updated our earthquake catalog, and it's complete up to 2020. So in the updation process, we have added about 23,000 events in the catalog. So can we move on? So basically, it's just showing the agencies which we have consulted or from which we have obtained in the updation of the earthquake catalog. Can we move on? So earthquake catalog is normally compiled in terms of historical, pre-instrumental, or instrumental errors. So it needs to be a composite catalog because not every agency is reporting on every earthquake. So we need to collect the data from all the agencies. That's why its characteristic is that it needs to be a composite. So the second important thing is that different agencies report earthquake magnitude values in different scales. We have to homogenize it to a single magnitude scale. And for this case, we have homogenized our earthquake catalog into a moment magnitude scale. So another important characteristic we need to observe is that we have to select the minimum threshold magnitude value, and it has to be consistent with the attenuation relationships which we are going to use in the analysis. And all the earthquake data should be reported, like they should have the location, they should have the focal depth, they should have the time of occurrence. So all this has been compiled for this case. Go ahead, please. So basically, you can see the spatial distribution of the epicenter of this catalog, which we have specifically compiled by this NatCat project. So you can see, it has this the low threshold value. I cannot have the point of it. If you look at in the legend, the minimum magnitude we have selected for this catalog, which is of engineering importance, is magnitude 4, and total number of events in our earthquake catalog are about 33,000. So one other thing I would like to highlight is the focal depth. In Pakistan, we are not only have shallow earthquake, we have deep earthquakes. So you can see in the plot the differentiation between the deep and shallow earthquakes. And we have taken the focal depth of 50 kilometers to differentiate between the deep and shallow earthquakes. So the next, as I told you, that in order to perform the probabilistic seismic hazard analysis, we need the earthquake catalog or seismicity catalog. Second thing, we need the seismic source model. So in this case, the seismic sources are the aerial sources. Basically, there are 44 sources in which we have divided this our territory to compute the ground motions. So so basically in this slide we are showing, this is showing the shallow earthquake sources. So they are about 40 shallow sources. Okay, go ahead. So in this we can see the deep soil sources, which are like having a depth more than 50 kilometers. Go ahead. So once we have the earthquake catalog, the seismicity catalog, we have the source model because this earthquake catalog also helps us in the delineation of the source model. Then we have to process the earthquake data to make it to be consistent with the assumption of the Turner-Maguire. Okay. The first thing is that we have to do the declustering. The declustering means we have to remove the dependent events from the earthquake catalog. And since we do not have any specific algorithm which is developed for this region, so we have to shift to the Gardner, and we have selected Gardner and Kanapoff algorithm of 1974. So basically, this algorithm assumes windows in time and space to eliminate the dependent events for the main shocks. So we have removed that, we have performed the declustering, and after the declustering, we were left with about 6,300 events. Out of initially there were 33,000, and finally, after the declustering, we were left with the 6,300 events. Go ahead, please. So basically, though the decluster catalog, as I told you, which was consisting of about 6,000 events, so it's a plot on the seismic sources, like whatever elements are falling in the seismic sources. So basically, we have collected those events, and after performing the completeness analysis, we have developed a recurrence relationship. Go ahead, please. So the second check, the first check, once we obtain the catalog, the first check is the removal of the dependent events. The second check is the completeness analysis. So in this case, the completeness analysis is carried out with the step method. Basically, how we did it, we divided our decluster catalog into a magnitude band of 0.5, 0.25, and for every range, like for 4 to 4.0 to 4.25, and then from 4.25 to 4.50. So we divided that into the ranges, and for every range we have calculated its completeness period. And completeness is important because once we do not do the completeness analysis, we will be underestimating the activity rate of the science. So basically, this is about like we have the catalog, we compile the catalog, we process the data, we have the source model, and then we have to develop the recurrence relationship. Since we are using the classical approach of Turner and Maguire, so the recurrence relation was developed by every source. We have 44 sources by Gutenberg and vector recurrence law. And in this case, we have used the bounded Gutenberg vector relationship to come up with the activity rate of the source. Go ahead. So basically, how we did it, as I told you, for every source, every zone in the source model, there was some decluster data. And after doing the completeness analysis, we did the least square regression analysis to come up with these relationships. There are 44 sources in our source model. For each and every source, we have this relationship. And we were keeping eye on this misfit data as well, because it has to be more than 90, because the misfit should not be greater. So over here, you can see, go ahead, please. I can show up to 16 sources. Can you go ahead, please? 24, go ahead. So I could not show all the 44 sources. So basically, I have listed down those parameters in this table, and there are 44 sources, and for every sources, the number of independent events after the declustering, what were left in the sources, they are shown here. We have Gutenberg vector parameter, we have the magnitude, minimum magnitude, which I initially said that once we are selecting or we are compiling up the catalog, we need to be very sure about the lower magnitude. So the maximum magnitude value we have computed, and we have considered the epistemic uncertainty is the historical maximum observed historical seismicity in every source. So we use three criteria to consider the maximum magnitude uncertainty. Go ahead, please. So this figure is showing basically the completeness analysis that we perform by the step method. And as I told you that the whole catalog, the decluster catalog, was divided into a magnitude bin of 0.25, and for every range we have completed its completeness. The straight line is representing the completeness. Wherever the data cumulative data, it comes in line with the straight line, we take it as a completeness. So you can see for every range we did that. Go ahead. So you can see here, so for magnitude 7, since we are using a statistical procedure, obviously we do not have the lot of magnitude which are greater than 7. We have to do it for magnitude greater than 7. Okay, go ahead. So over here, you can see the completeness for each magnitude range. So you can see that our earthquake catalog is complete for like, for 4 to 4.25, it is complete since 2000 to 2020. And for greater than 7, so it is 1890. So overall, you can say this catalog is complete from 1890 to 2000 onwards. So, we are done with the catalog, we are done with the source model, we process the output data, and we develop the regression relationship. Those are our inputs to the probabilistic seismic hazard analysis scheme. So, as I told you that we have to do it numerically. So, we have to come up with an attenuation relationship. So, basically, we do not have any attenuation relationship or attenuation relationship, which we could have improved in this study. So basically, we have used the expert judgment and tectonic setting, and we have selected the ground motion prediction equation from the literature to use it in our system.
Just short of that.
Okay, go ahead. Okay, so I will skip it. So basically, this is the epistemic uncertainties which were considered in the analysis with the logic tree. Go ahead. So these are the maps. So we have produced ground motion contour maps for line 475. You can see that it ranges from 0.16 to 0.54. Go ahead. So we did it for 95 years. It is the ground motion in terms of PGA ranges from 0.07 to 0.25. Go ahead. So for 975, it ranges from 0.25 to 0.72. Go ahead. So from this one, so it ranges from 0.3 to 1.34. So we have not only produced the ground motion for PGA, we are also produced for short period, which is 0.2 seconds for 975. Go ahead. We did it for 475 for 1 second. Okay, go ahead. Okay, so now when it comes to the quality control, so as we took our PGA for 475 and we compared with the very best established study, which is the earthquake model of Middle East study phase 1. So it is very much consistent with that. Although methodology was different, we used the simple Cornell-McGuire approach, and we did this. You can see, we can capture the. Okay, go ahead. So not only the ground motion contour maps, you have important city uniform hazard spectrums for different return periods. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. And so over here you can see, you can have an idea about the PGA maps for 475 years for different important cities, and there has been a comparison that has been shown on this slide. Go ahead. So with this, I thank you and I apologize to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you for that overview. I think we are waiting for time, we are late for time. If there are pressing questions, we can accommodate 1 or 2, and after that, I'll go to work on. Please. There are 2 hands up the stage.
Please provide my.
Sultan Mahmood from World Food Program. Dr. Keith presented the hydrometeorological hazards and vulnerability and risk assessment related aspect. Now, I'm not sure if he's still online, but maybe the experts sitting here, if we could have his recommendation or your recommendation on the model that is used by NDRMF. We already have the MHPRA guidelines, which is the policy guideline for Pakistan. And based on that, this MHPRA has been conducted in 13 districts across Pakistan. There are other organizations who have also done it. My question from Dr. Keith was, since we didn't have time to ask questions, I will still put the question, maybe the answer can come later, if not now. My question was, what is his recommendation or your recommendation for the model being used by the government of Pakistan, NDRMF, which actually was supported by World Food Program? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Actually, the MHPRA guidelines that refer to the MHPRA study, but the NatCat is a different tool. You go for a quantitative assessment on a national or a sub-regional level, but you can use the hazard module, the exposure module, the vulnerability for doing the business of the MHPRA. But for sure, we took into consideration the MHPRA guidelines. The models there are used, they are already listed over there, except the open field we adopted as the recommendation of the professor. I think it's a new one, it's a fully probabilistic model. Otherwise, like a blood model, the across, it is still over there. For the round, we come up with a different approach with the history of qualities, so there is a projected approach. And the third one, the SAGRO, the model is already MHPRA guidelines. Thank you very much. I hope I'll tell you my response.
So, I would like to add something. That MHPR is probably a distinct part of the deterministic risk assessment. Our NatCat model is basically part of the risk model, and there must be some difference in the currently. And at the same time, any other way to revise those guidelines. Thank you.
My name is Raju, and I work for the Planning and Development Department of the Consultative. So my question is very simple. Are we talking about the actionable metrics as a preventive prioritization of the risk assessment? Is it a preventive prioritization, or is this going to be the post-disaster model for implementation?
It's like futuristic, so you can say it's like a preventive. So it will help in reduction of vulnerability of human lives and the livelihoods and economy. That's the post-disaster. It can help in the post-disaster assessment in terms of the reconstruction cost calculation.
But you can use this model for your disaster risk reduction and mitigation policy or implementation plan.
Well, this was a good conversation, and I guess we'll be part of our lunch.
Skip it for the next session. Or if it is very short session, pretty difficult.
I think it's going to be very short. This is a bouncing from that. So my question is related to the hydrometeorological streams and events. So if you calculate the return period, the exceedance probability for the current climate, we are 1.1 degree centigrade warmer than the previous. So those return periods will not be applicable at higher levels of warming. Let's say the world gets to 1.5 degree centigrade around the winter. So that is my first part of the question. Very quickly, in order to do the hazard synthesis, do you also plan to project the components of exposure and vulnerability, because Pakistan is growing at a rate of more than 2%, the population growth rate. So definitely the vulnerability and the exposure is going to change as well.
Thank you very much for the questions. The first part, climate change has been already included in the frequency analysis. We are process by presenting the afternoon. We are already utilizing the CMIP6 model. For sure, for every 10 and 15 years, you have to modify this climate change assessment as a part of the plan. It's not like a constant for the next 90 years. The second part, what we see, this is recommended that we will also put in a very power section. That after 10 years, this is the recommended time that we should update our all database so that we can have a very, like I said, dynamic database with the futuristic scenario. So we are doing something on a later part as well. So I hope this is already good. Thank you.
Well, one thing that's usually missed with the minds, if you say 1,000 year event, return to this event, that is that it has a cause of happening 1 over 1,000, even a second cause. We don't know the time. We don't have to wait for 1,000 years for the time.
Especially from the
So if there is no class,
There is an online question as well. Okay, we are taking a break for lunch, and I would request all of you to get outside to have a photo. And
trying to come back in 30 minutes so that we can finish.
I'll invite Dr. Shafiq, NCS, Bishar University, and Matiul Har from SUPARCO to kindly join us as moderation. Was Dr. Asif Khan, Mr. Ahmed Hasib Rabbani, Mr. Ahmed Imran, and Mr. Mohammed Usman to join us on stage, please. And Ms. Sabah Rashid as well. I'll invite Dr. Asif Khan, National Key Expert Climate Change, to advise us about health module, hydrometeorological hazards, flood, drought, cyclone, and climate change. Would you, sir?
Thank you very much. My name is Asif Khan, and I have a post of water energy food mixes under changing climate from and have PhD from chemistry in the same field. I remained national climate change expert for this NDRMF project, as well as remains G doctor for my BCC and safety code. My background, I'm engineer and having these are a few of the institutions I would like to share with you, just for the sake of you are interested, if you want to proceed or ask something about our other research projects. I am going to present the potential and problems related to the Indus Basin climate change impact assessment, which we have done for NatCat, and potential risks and way forward. I apologize because my throat has some infection, so you have to hear me. Thank you. Next. Yeah, thank you. So, of course, like two biggest problems or challenges for the globe are population growth. Of course, so if we have more population growth and expansion, then we need more water supply, more food, more shelter, and urbanization and other resources to cater for needs of the forthcoming population. On the other hand, there is, of course, global warming. There is increase in greenhouse gases emissions in the atmosphere. One of the sentinel from the atmosphere is the retreating glacier in the world at different places. If we talk about the HKH region, the red line, the trend is nearly on the average. However, this average receding trend is also significant.
So what we are expecting that the temperature is going to rise. Precipitation is also expected to be rise in as in this region. So there will be more increase or intense flooding events. There could be more glacier lake outburst floods. There could be more sedimentation in the reservoirs. There could be more forest fires in the overall Pakistani forest area. And of course, there would be more evapotranspiration losses. So in all respects, the changing climate is going to have more challenges for Pakistan. So, of course, like the challenges or impacts could vary with changing in different scenarios. For example, if we are expecting low change in climate, then of course the impacts will be lesser. However, the greater change in climate, for example, 1 degree centigrade, 2 degrees centigrade, or 3 degrees centigrade, one can see the impacts are going to be more and more severe. So if we talk about Indus, then we'll be able to see that what should we expect with the change in climate in the Indus Basin. So those will come later down the road, but you should remember this chart in your mind that what is going to happen for 5 degrees Celsius, 6 degrees Celsius, or even for up to 2 degrees Celsius. So 2 to 6, you should remember this in your mind and when we go further in this presentation. Indus Basin, of course, is one of the biggest, having one of the biggest and contiguous irrigation system, and relies on the edge-gauge water resources in shape of the glaciers and snow-covered areas. So this is providing more than 90% of the irrigation water in the country, as well as fulfills around 33% of the power production in the country. However, what is happening in the Asia, the temperature rise is almost twice than global average, and it is going to be more about 2 degrees Celsius. About 2 degrees Celsius by 21 to 2050, and this will pose threat to the available glacier area, which is around 33,000 square kilometers, and having a storage of 12,000 cubic kilometers of water. However, if we talk about the glacier areas and edge-gauge region, the signals of the Karakoram, Western Karakoram, are different from the Himalayas and those are only very limited, like that those positive signals are only in Shigar and Hunza basin. So those are not throughout the Karakoram even. So overall, the negative impacts are more severe than positive. Because our water resources in particular are dependent on 80% of snow and glacier melt, so it has very sensitive role towards the climate change. If there is a slight increase in temperature, for example, then of course there will be more increase in floods and flood events. Similarly, the change in snowfall and precipitation or rainfall is also going to have more impact on the sedimentation and intense flooding. Similarly, the large projects like seabed and land destabilization are also linked with the intense rainfall events, which are going to be more in near to far future. And some of the historic civilizations are also going to be affected by the upcoming change in climate. And nonetheless, the glacier lakes, there are more than 1,800 glacier lakes till date, which are recorded, of which more than 50 are really critical, which can cause glacier lake outburst flood. last year, we have witnessed a lot of glacier lake outburst floods in Chitral and in northern Pakistan. So such glacier lake outburst floods will increase with passage of time, unfortunately. When we talk about the climate change, of course, there are different models which can be used for climate change impact assessment, which have like the global coverage, generally known as the global climate model, GCM. Our resolution is forced in general, and there are regional climate models. So the resolution is up to 25 kilometers in general for the regional climate model. So one can use either for the climate change impact assessment. What we have used, we discuss this in the next few slides. Of course, with passage of time, what had happened, couple model inter-comparison project released data sets for different 10 years and improved their products with passage of time. So now at the moment, we are at the CMA phase 6 data, which is released in 2021. And we have used the latest available data for this current project. There is a lot of heterogeneity in different models. Like, for example, one model can provide us an estimate that climate change is going to be wet. Another model can show dry signals for the same area, and so on. So there are a lot of GCMs available, out of which we have to select the best available data, as well as we have to select or cover the overall uncertainty envelope for the analysis. These are some of the scenarios. I won't go into more detail, but these are the scenarios which were developed with passage of time, that how the assumptions were made for the climate change models, A1, A2, A3, B1, B2 scenarios, as well as the RCT scenarios as well. So these are now and the socioeconomic development scenario, that how the future socioeconomic development will be. So these are now coupled with RCTs, the representative concentration pathways, that how much greenhouse gases emissions will increase in the atmosphere, and how much socioeconomic development will happen in future. So we in CMF 6 data, these are coupled, and we have used the middle of the road scenario, which is SSP2 4.5 and SSP 8.5, which is the extreme scenario, just to cover the overall uncertainty envelope. However, the extreme scenario is unlikely to happen, but still to cover the envelope and uncertainty, we have used both of these scenarios for current assessment. To select the best available model or to cover the overall envelope of uncertainty, we have selected 5 GCM models, which are generally based on the dry, wet, hot, and cold scenarios. Cover like the vertices of this spread and one average scenario. So we have selected 5 different GCMs, and then we had bias corrected those GCMs using ERA 5.9 data, because ERA 5.9 data is the best available graded data for Pakistani region. So once we had selected our GCM, then downscaled and bias corrected those data sets, afterwards we had projected the future changes based on 2011 to 2040, 2041 to 2070, and 2071 to 2100. On the left side, the upper one is showing the precipitation changes based on CMF 6 models and sample of 5 models, and these are based on SSP 2 4.5 scenario. And we can see that most of the rainfall is going to be increased in northern Pakistan, whereas SSP 5.8.5 is showing more severe change in precipitation. So what we are expecting more increase in precipitation. If we talk about like flooding, for example, RX1 day means 1 day maximum precipitation of a year. Then we can also see that RX1 day based on 245 is the upper one, 8.5 scenario is the lower one. We can also see that there will be severe increase in 1 day precipitation, which means that in future there would be more frequent and intense flooding events in Pakistan. If we talk about temperature, then we can see that the temperature increase based on SSP 2.5 scenario, minimum temperature is going to increase around 2.5 or 2.8 degrees Celsius by end of the century. Whereas based on 58.5, it is around 6 degrees Celsius. The red lines are based on the ensemble. Similarly, the minimum temperature of 2.45 around 3 degrees Celsius and 6.5 degrees Celsius, which is quite huge in nature. Of course, there are some efforts going on. For example, the Paris Agreement and other efforts are NDCs of Pakistan. They are making progress to reduce the GHG emissions or to control the GHG emissions and to reduce or control the temperature increase. However, even like if we think that middle of the road scenario is going to prevail, then even then it is going to be 2.8 to 3 degrees Celsius for maximum temperature and minimum temperature. Still quite huge. Similarly, if we look at the summary of the expected changes of precipitation and temperature for major river basins like Swat, Kabul, Upper Indus Basin up to the Bela Dam, Jhelum, Chenab, Satluj, Ravi, we can expect like the precipitation annual increase is going to range between 5 to 20%, and the temperature increase is around 1.2 to 1.5 degrees Celsius by 2040, whereas by 2070 it is around 4 degrees Celsius in various basins. Similar is going to be the case for 2071 to 2100. The precipitation increase is slightly low, 5 to 20%, whereas the temperature increase is going to be even more severe, and it is going to cross 6 degrees Celsius if not controlled. So what we are expecting that future is going to be more wet and hot, and the northern Pakistan precipitation is going to increase by 25 to 40% based on SSP 4.5 and SSP 5.5, and the temperature rise is going to be between 3 to 6.5 degrees Celsius, which is quite significant. The projected temperature and precipitation increase may increase the glacier lake outburst flood events, and the flows, overall flows are also likely to be increased, and sediment transport and other factors like land destabilization, etc., will also be increased. Of course, ravine and flash floods will also increase with passage of time, and this climate inclusive modeling on NatCat or similar projects could be very beneficial. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
How about because Mr. Ahmed is the warning here and
Good afternoon. My name is Ahmed Asif, and I am basically the flood hazard lead of this NatCat project. Now we will see how we did the flood hazard modeling of Pakistan. This is the overall scope of the study. That the flood hazard modeling was done for 5, 10, 25, 100 and 200 period for the major rivers of Pakistan. Then the flood return periods output were generated. That is flood depth, duration, and velocity. This is the overall study area, and you can see we did the modeling for the Indus River and the two Western River, Kabul and Salawat. And then if we move to the eastern side, then we did the modeling for Chenab, Jhelum, Ravi and Satluj. These are the brief of some of the data sets that were important for the study. The first one is the long-term historical annual peaks, around 30 to 40 years were used. Then historical extreme flood event hydrographs, and then the satellite imagery, and then digital elevation model, land cover, and finally we move towards the climate change protection study, temperature and precipitation. This is a kind of a graph showing the long-term 30 to 40 years discharge of rivers at different discharge stations. The data was acquired from AMD, FFD. As you can see in the graph, this is the Indus, Chenab, and Ravi, Satluj, and for the Kabul. So these were the historical peaks that gathered during the flood events in these rivers. If we move further towards the data set, then I will say the core data set that is used in the flood hazard assessment is the digital animation model that represent the terrain of the area. In this study, we use the Wildem 12 meter developed by TLR Germany. As you can see, this is the close overview that we can see there are embankments visible, the water body is visible. So this is the kind of data set. And then we use the land cover data set developed by SUPARCO over the resolution of 2.5 meter satellite imagery. And then if we move towards the flood frequency analysis, then based on those 30 to 40 years discharge data that I showed you before, we did the flood frequency analysis for 5, 10, 25, 50, 100 and 200 years time period using the HACK SSP tool. And this is a big methodology that getting the peak flow data set and then applying some statistical calculation distributions like the Gumbel of reason 3, and then finally come towards the return periods based on those. These are graphs shows the return periods for the Chenab, Jhelum, Kabul, so on. If we move towards the flood hazard modeling, then this is a brief methodology of flood hazard modeling. And what we did, as I told you earlier, the flood frequency analysis. Then combining these data sets like digital elevation model, the soil manning values, and the land cover, and these flood frequency analysis go under the Catastrophe model, and then try to make a kind of a reality for the river system of Pakistan, the model, and then we come with the final output like flood extent, flood depth, velocity, and then duration of the flood. This is one of the simulation of this model. To move forward further than what we did for the calibration, we used the satellite imagery of the past. And you can see this is the imagery of 2010, and we basically run the model on the past extreme events to calibrate our model. You can see this is the graph of the calibration graph that shows the observed versus the simulated discharge on the Indus River. And if we move forward, then what we did next, we have to define the flood hazard based on these model results. So we did some classification of the model based on the depth, velocity, and then finally the duration. These are kind of the results for the 5-year return period for the Indus. This is for the 10 years, similarly 25 years, 50 years, and 100 years, and then 200 years. And these are the results for the Kabul River. Similarly, we did the flood hazard modeling for all of the other rivers that I mentioned before, for the 4 eastern rivers and the 2 western rivers and the Indus. After this, we did the climate change impact assessment. Based on these, in which we use the, as Dr. Asif already discussed in detail about the climate change model of these things. What we did the hydrological modeling on the upstream station based on the SWOT model. And finally come up with the some flood frequency analysis in the climate change. That how the climate change affects the flood. And we did it for the 3 periods for the near, far, and future. And we can simply say that it is possible that the flood in 100 years will come in the 1 in 25 years. And we talk about some of the uncertainty, the limitations of a study, then of course the whole model is dependent on the digital elevation model. That's accuracy matters a lot. So the more accurate the terrain we put in the model, the more accurate will be the results. And the second one is the probabilistic was carried out with the assumption that all the channels outside, the irrigation channels that divide water from the main channels were closed. So these are kind of the assumptions. In the model, as we talk about the sort of conclusion that what we did the flood frequency analysis, what of it on periods, and then the flood had a modeling was carried out using the Catastrophe model, and then depth, duration, and velocity loss were generated. And then if we move towards the climate change, and what we did the flood frequency analysis until 2100. And these are a few of the recommendations. To improve the digital elevation model, we can do the bathymetric survey of the rivers and collect the cross sections and the L sections of the river geometry to accurately represent the river geometry in the model. And then there's also a regular survey of embankments in Pakistan is required to accurately represent the flood protection structures in the model. And then finally, one of the colleagues asked a question about the changes in the land use, both land use cover change the river runoff. So such type of modeling is also required in the future studies. So assess that how the land cover changes will affect the river flows. Thank you. That's all.
I would request Mr. Amir Khan, whose team leads out as this lesson SUPARCO, to kindly join us here and share.
Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you. So let me know when we start. We can start now.
We can start now.
Oh, okay. Let me share the screen here. Could you see my screen?
Yes, we can see it.
Could you see the presentation as well, the title page?
Yes.
See, okay. So should we start now? Let me know you are need to keep my camera on, or is this up to me here? Maybe it have some.
We can start now.
Okay. So, can you tell me about the, the title page of my presentation? Is it clear?
Yes, it is clear.
Okay, thank you very much. So everybody, I'm Imran,
So here my part is just to tell you, to give a brief work done in context of road hazard assessment for NatCat model project. So in the sequence of the presentation, then first we will give you a few, line of TORs, then project study area, road tires. Then we considering this project and later on to have some discussion on uncertainty implementation. And then, so in the project TOR, we like just here. The number of witnesses in order to have the road assessments. Basically, as standard classification in the for hydrological roads, training road areas, and then the few of the vegetables that can be very easily. Less water in the lakes as well. So, we may have, type of hydrological drought as well. And in order to these, there may, hello? Is there an issue?
No issue.
Okay, thank you. And we may have, because of these reasons, we have some socioeconomic drought as well. because as, last year we had, one of the hottest month in the history of Pakistan, then we had a heat wave. And after that, we had experience of wildfire in Balochistan area due to these, due to high increase in temperature. So this issue may occur because of the meteorological drought as well. And definitely there is less rainfall, less water in the reservoir and lakes, which will lead to less crop yield as well. So there may occur, socio-economic issue as well. So we need to deal this before time in order to cope with this situation, so that we will be able to avoid to minimize the impact of these droughts. And it all depends on the how species is spread over the area and the length of time as well. So if we talk about we come towards technical point of view. When we talk about meteorological drought, then we assess this by one of the indices. We use the indices in order to assess to have the assessment of drought. Not only we talk about meteorological drought. In general, we use these indicators to have an idea of what's going on regarding the specific type of drought. If we talk about the meteorological one, then we utilize the rainfall data. And we assess what was the scenario historically, and if we talk about specifically in our project, then we also did assessment based on the project scenarios using the climate model software. So here is the table just shown in this slide. We utilize this table in order to classify the SPA values in different categories to show the extent of drought, especially that how what is the intensity and severity of the drought in some particular area. Sorry? I can't hear you, please.
We are short on time. Can you please go a little faster?
So, okay. So here we did the analysis for some historical period, and here you can see how, and historically we said that in history of Pakistan that the period from 98 to 2002 was the worst drought period, and here we can see that there was a, the red area indicate that there was an issue of meteorology in this particular time frame. And here, this graph is showing the number of events occurred for this particular of time. And here we have considered the 6-month SPA because we have the concern with the seasonal trends. So that's why we just utilize the Rabi and Kharif season as typically we have in Pakistan. So this graph is showing the moderate, severe, and extreme events occurred. And this analysis is based on agroecological zones. And on the axis, we will find the agroecological zone, and y-axis you will have number of dry events for these particular agroecological zones. And here we have the same analysis for Kharif season. And we also have the temporal picture of these particular agroecological zones. That's not all temporally it variates. Here you can see the Rabi and Kharif trend one particular agroecological zone. Here AEZ stands for agroecological zone. So towards climate change, as I mentioned, we have 3 scenarios here written for. So in for the can see the number of dry events for every agricultural zones against soil-fed and irrigated agricultural zones. And here you will see with get the idea that in which climate scenarios that the number of dry events are increasing. And this analysis has been done for Rabi and Kharif. And now here is the graph for the scenario of assessment 585, which is high emission scenario. We find the worst trend in this scenario. So here you can see that it is showing that in the middle scenario, we will have more severe and extreme events across the agricultural zone in Pakistan in Rabi season. And here you can see that it's showing that in Kharif season we will have the more number of dry events. So in this way we give our meteorological number of dry events. We also have some pictures in some spatial distribution of these events, but it's important to mention here that it is just you will take 1 pixel as a standalone climate med station, and here we have calculated the percentage of in terms severity in terms of percentage and how it will be severe for that particular particle pixel against a particular scenario. I'm moving faster due to the time limitation. And so now we just talk about the hydrological role that we will have as we have the rivers, the main rivers. Here we covered the main rivers only, and we calculated SDI, stream flow index. We utilized the monthly stream flow data for this. We use Drink C software here to calculate the SDI. This is the table, the criteria mentioned in this table we utilize to categorize the severity of hydrological drought. This is the study area, agricultural zones, along with the main river basin. And we first we analyze the historical hydrological drought. Later we have a climate change scenarios. We see that when we talk about Rabi, then we will have more dry events as compared to wet events in our major rivers. Under Kharif, we will have a more wet strength.
We have 1 minute.
Okay. So now we come towards agricultural drought. Like we mentioned, we use the following indices, and we assess the historical one first. Later on, as we don't have the futuristic NDVI, so with our international consultant professor Peter, who is a full professor here at University of Toronto, he developed this approach to have agriculture drought and the climate change scenarios. So we developed this, and after developing by adopting his approach, we have the agriculture drought index, which will give us the more we go towards 5, the 5, the more we will have the yield loss in projected scenarios. So here is the one agricultural zone, the second one desert area, and this is ground medium rainfall output of origin, and how it will fluctuate under this. And then this is the central Punjab, this is the rice zone area, how we have the yield fluctuation under these scenarios. So we have a few uncertainties and intuition as well, like climate model itself. They may have some uncertainties. And we don't have too much studies for our area. And we also use, year 5 data, which may have few, uncertainty and it won't, uncertainty may occur in collecting the observation data. Also, we made the few section in agriculture, developing the generalized agriculture draw. So these are the few, uncertainties and limitations that we had in this studies. Also recommended a few recommendations that we need to have the complete cross-state studies. And we need to have the water distribution up to canal so that we have an idea about how water is distributed across different agricultural zones. So thank you. From my side, we have any question?
Thank you very much. I would.
Thank you very much.
Time invitation, your invitation is a bit short because we won't be left with question and answer session. Now I would like to invite Mr. Muhammad Usman, who would be giving us presentation on the iPhone has its. Thank you.
It's Mohammed Usman, and I have this project. We have taken the part of cyclone as an assessment. For this, we have devised the methodology, and that is the first time we're trying to get the probabilistic drought assessment for Pakistan. Mostly the region. Next slide, please. Mostly the region was coastline of Pakistan. So today's agenda is for the work study area data sets, wind hazard assessment, storm surge hazard assessment, uncertainties, and conclusions. So next slide. Cyclone hazard modeling was based on calculating the wind hazard assessment and the storm surge hazard assessment for different return period that are given in this slide. Next slide, please. This was our study area, coastline of Pakistan, and for this study we have to mostly the cyclones crosses the coastline area that is called the landfall of cyclones. That's why this region is more important for the study of cyclones. Next slide, please. Data set, we use the IP tracks data set and meteorological data, digital elevation model, bathymetry, and land use data. Next. These were some historical cyclones. That was the severest cyclone that hit the Pakistan coast is 2A cyclone in 1999, and there are also other cyclones like FAT and in 2007 and 2005 also. Next slide. That was our methodology devised. We use input data set, IP tracks, coastal geometry, dam, mean sea level pressure, bathymetry. These were our input data set. These were included for the TCRM model for the finding the stochastic cyclone tracks. These are synthetically developed cyclones that are probabilistic cyclones developed on the basis of our historic database. For classification of wind speed, we use this scale that is called the Cypher-Simpson scale that is based on the wind speed. These are some categories for the cyclone wind speeds. Next slide, please. For calibration of wind model, we devised a methodology for observed and simulated tracks. For observed tracks and simulated tracks, that is like a histogram that's showing the frequency of the wind speed. That nearly following the same peak for the observed and simulated. Next, please. There is the same methodology for the wind pressure, and that is the observed wind pressure and simulated for the 1,000 year return period. Next. For wind hazard assessment, there is one product that is called the Genesis. Genesis is where the cyclone born. These are the areas. The areas that affect the Pakistan region are is below the in Arabian Sea. There are also few cyclones from Bay of Bengal crosses towards the Pakistan, but their intensity becomes very less. That doesn't much affect Pakistan region. Next, please. That is the our wind hazard model for 25, 50, and 100-year return periods. And these colors show red color shows the severe cyclone of category 5, and mostly in 5,000 years, only category 4 and 3 could hit the coast of cyclone, the coast of Pakistan. Next, average recurrence interval. These are the some probabilistic diagrams. How in time frame how severe event could affect the coast. These are different points on these different points on the time frame basis. These graphs were generated. Next, these are the closer look for the time and probability of wind. Next. Second term, we have to calculate the storm surge hazard assessment. Storm surge is basically how much water rise of sea level rise due to the cyclone. So for this, we have used ERN hurricane model in which we use land use, dam, bathymetry, and coastline. And on the basis of that, we have developed the storm surge hazard maps. Storm surge map for 25-year return period. Next, 50, 100, 500, and 1,000 year return period. And similarly, these are the inundation, overland inundation of seawater in 25-year return period, 50, 100, and 500 and 1,000. So mostly the delta region of Indus Delta is more severely affected because the terrain is flat there. Conclusion: we use the IP track as the input data set, Cypher-Simpson scale for the classification of wind. TCRM model was used for the wind speed calculation and for device for different return periods. ERN hurricane model was used for the storm surge hazard assessment. Next. Next. Thank you. If you have any question after the session.
I would request Ms. Sabah from SUPARCO to come here and share with us this polio module element at present.
Good afternoon. Welcome to my presentation. I am Sabah Rashid, working as a manager in SUPARCO. Today I am going to discuss the exposure module. Today's agenda includes the scope of exposure module, the primary data sets that will be used in exposure module, the secondary data sets, and then we will discuss the exposure methodology, and then I will conclude my presentation with few recommendations. Here is the scope of my presentation: development of national spatial geographical GIS dynamic database for public and private assets and infrastructure for key elements at risk. Exposure of land cover, crops, and infrastructure to hydrometeorological and geophysical hazards. And then I will discuss the integrated exposure assessment. These are the key data sets that are required for explore data, explore module. The first one are the primary data sets, and the second one are the secondary data sets. Primary data sets are provided, generated by SUPARCO. The secondary data sets are provided by the relevant departments. The school data, the hospital data are provided by provincial departments of education and health ministry. And the livestock data and population house and census, BISP, social economic surveys are provided by the PBS, Pakistan Bureau of Statistics. Sorry. This is the land cover data of Pakistan that is generated by SUPARCO using the 1.5 meters high resolution satellite imagery at the scale of 1 to 25,000. This is generated in 2010 and then updated in 2020. These are the two classes that we have classified the land cover into these classes. The built up, the bare areas, the crops, the orchard, wetlands. This is the built up. 103 cities urban mission has been done till now, and these cities mission have been further classified into different zones to calculate the population estimates. These are the zones that I told you before. The urban build-up has been classified into these zones: the high-rise commercial, high residential, low commercial, low-rise residential, slums, industrial, institutional, airports, railways, and universities. The residential blocks will be used for the nighttime population. If some hazard happened at night, what will be our population that will be affected by the hazard? And the remaining zone will be used for the daytime population. This is the Rabi crop map. The Rabi crop map generated by SUPARCO using 1.5 satellite imagery. This is the Kharif crop map generated by SUPARCO. And these are the crops that are generated during this period. The secondary data sets that are provided in different departments. The school data. The school data is provided by the provincial departments of education ministry. And these schools further classified into these classes: the primary, the middle, the secondary, the high secondary universities, etc. These are the health facilities that we have acquired from the health ministry, the RHUs, the PHUs, and all of them. This is the road network generated by, given by a national highway authority. First. This is the population and house census data that is provided by PBS. The first 5 data sets will be used for the population estimation for the urban zonation. And the last 3 data sets will be used in the physical vulnerability against the hazards. This is the Benazir Income Support Program. And here we collect the data that is relevant to the people who are below the 16 score. 16 score low, the score less than 16 means people who are very poor, below poverty line, or who are have some disability, has very less mobility during the hazard. This is the livestock data that is provided by PBS, and then it is the only data that is available, and it is generated in 2006. The consultant have provided some data that we will incorporate in the product after that. This is the exposure assessment. Why we need the element at risk, and why we have done the hazard models. We have done the hazard, we have done the exposure key elements at risk. Then we will overlay the hazard layer with the exposure elements at risk, and then we will get the data according to the seal boundaries, the attributes according to the seal boundaries. That is what I'm telling you. The key elements at risk, building footprints, schools, hospital, whatever. And on the right side, this is the hazard footprint. It's actually a flood. And then we will overlay onto each other using a GIS geoprocessing tools, and then we will have a risk layer. These are the key, these are the exposed elements at risk. Then I will conclude my presentation with the elements at risk were collected and standardized. First, the landfill map of Pakistan was developed using 1.5 satellite imagery. Ground mass was done according to them. The secondary data sets like school, the hospital doesn't have the required attributes for exposure assessment. Like school doesn't have the how much the population, how much the students are studying there. The hospital had hospital data set doesn't have the quantity of doctors, the beds, the facilities. There are many hospitals, but there is no facility there. There's no doctor there. There are a few recommendations from me. The first one is the building typology. We need the building typology at the national level to do the physical vulnerability. The collection of school and hospital location data along with key attributes to see the clear picture of that. Then we need the collection of bridge location data and the mapping of energy and communication infrastructure to for network disruption analysis. That's all from my side. Thank you.
Now I would call upon Mr. Abdul Rahman, who's team lead for vulnerability against SUPARCO, and Mr. Ibrahim Hassan, team lead for vulnerability against SUPARCO. And I believe Dr. Abdul is already over there. I invite Mr. Abdul Rahman to share his thoughts on vulnerability against SUPARCO. Thank you very much.
I am Veteran General Insurance SUPARCO, and I'm working on agriculture reports and saying rapid crop damage assessment due to natural hazards. In contrary to floods, the scenario of excessive water, droughts are the scenarios with water shortage. Water shortage scenarios basically impact the biological process of plants, resulting in the reduced yields. So I'm not going into much detail about the basic concepts, but the main task was the development of vulnerability curves against drought in rain areas of Pakistan. Vulnerability is defined as the possibility of being exposed to any hazard. Once the element is exposed to certain hazard, to what degree it will be affected when there is an onset of a hazard. Right? So there are three stages of vulnerability curve. These are the initial stage, development stage, and attenuation stage for any hazard when it is from its onset to its attenuation stage. In case of drought, with the developing drought scenarios, from its onset, it starts impacting the flowers. And in initial stages, the losses are very minimal. Plants has their own internal mechanism to cope with drought impacts or water shortage scenarios, which are affecting their biological, physiological, and morphological pattern. So, with the when it is on a development stage, the plant is on a development stage, the impact of droughts are exponential. And when it is at maximum stage, there is an initial stage, the maximum loss has been occurred at that point. Okay. So assumption for drought vulnerability in our scenario, for the case of Pakistan, we have selected rainfed area. Physiography is very much important for drought vulnerability because not every part of the land is equally affected by the occurring droughts. The areas with alternate irrigation sources, they have substitutes of irrigation. While rain-fed areas in our parts like Portuar and part Balochistan and Sindh, they are directly impacted by lesser rain. In Pakistan, rain-fed areas very occur during the winter months. As in Kharif or summer months, there is ample rains. Again, the wheat crop was selected because it's a major crop of this area during the Rabi season. It contributes around 6% of the total wheat acreage of the Pakistan. These are the four districts, Attak, Rawalpindi, Chakwal, and Jhelum, which were selected for this study. Data set, this is the one important point that drought-specific historical field and crop observations in case of Pakistan were not available. Our crop reporting is not designed to get the specific, hazard-specific information from the field. For the developer drought and drought crop vulnerability curves, we need a stage-wise, crop stage-wise and address of drought and its losses. But these are not available in case of Pakistan. So the only option was the officially published yearly crop yields, average crop yields on district level. So in this data limited scenario, other options were temporal and NDVI data sets at a spatial scale and standardized precipitation index as developed by the earlier drought hazard team. So when we overlaid the temporal profiles of crop yield and NDVI temporal profiles, NDVIs are a proxy of crop health in a space-time domain. So they were very much correlating visually. You can see the circle. These are the periods with the extreme droughts. And on the same period, there were very less yield was observed in the officially published crop statistic. And on the right side, you can see when NDVI of March 2009, it was a non-drought period, so it's more greener all over the part. And on the left side, NDVI of 2010 March, which passed through a drought period. So most of the areas around Chakwal, Attak, and Rawalpindi, they have lost their greeniness, and it's a proxy of crop health under vast spatial scale. Similarly, and secondly, the NDVI data sets were studied to confirm the drought index from standardized precipitation index, and it validated that if SPI value was showing a drought period, so visually is that even happened or not? So we can easily say see from January 2000. 2001, 2, and 16, 2 years are normal, and 2 years in the center were of extreme droughts. So, for simply with the limited data sets and in absence of the field data, we try to formulate an empirical anti-crop yield loss function, which can act as a function to forecast the impact of drought in future. So what we have done, we have put our yield, historical yield from 1980 to 2016 in ascending order. So we got years with very low yield to years with higher maximum yield obtained in all of this period. So the maximum yield year was, we set that as a benchmark year, and and we selected some drought years and with mid yield, or you can say a normal year. So we developed a crop yield loss function using the benchmark year minus yield of drought year over benchmark year, and tested this function if it works or not for as a drought function. Next. So there is a case of Chakwal district. So you can see on the right, there is the cumulative NDVI for cumulative NDVI from the both season from November to March, and SPI for October to March, their respective yields and yield loss factor obtained from our crop yield loss function. And it's clearly shown that, there was a significant relation among the NDVIs and loss factor and SPI and the loss factor. So apparently it worked very well. Next. So SPI values were analogous to the varying level of drought intensity. Drought intensity in terms of loss of yields at that respective year. And the relation of SPI and crop yield loss is found useful for forecasting the yield loss using forecasted SPI. Now, in the coming years, if we have a forecasted SPI, we can forecast how much loss can be occurred due to drought, respective drought scenario. So, under data limited scenarios, this method provided a robust solution to estimate yield loss at national and subnational levels.
Now I will request Dr. Rahul Hassan to come and share his presentation on crop availability against floods.
In the name of Almighty Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, I'm Dr. Rahul Hassan, working in the GM in Scott. I'm going to present on vulnerability against floods in Pakistan. Thanks, man. So, sequence of the presentation, brief note on catastrophic assessment schemes. The first, this is one of the schemes we use actually when we carry out some assessment at an ecosystem level for any catastrophe. So, on the top is the global warming, one of the issue, and there are 4 elements of health events like extreme weathers, events, sea level rise, vector-borne disease, and economic inequality. These elements are contributing towards displacement within the country and causing international and local conflict, and leading towards mortality and state fragility due to nature of natural events. And at that, we have to face water, food, and fuel shortages even in Pakistan. Next, I'm going to share some satellite images how actually flood can be seen from the satellite. Next, to share the concept and the needs behind the probabilities against floods. And next is major probability curves. How actually, if we go into the literary meaning of the vulnerability, it's actually the performance in during the adversity. So adverse climate and how the crops perform under the flood condition. Next, take up and possible impacts due to vulnerability of crops in case of floods, and then we come SUPARCO contribution and then so let's see the slide view of the flood 2010. Next, the date, the state, and then finish. The 28th July 2010, there was a rain event, and the whole most of the Pakistan is covered with cloud. Next, so this is the rain stage. 29th July 2010. Next, this is the image. So we can see everything happening on to our eyes on the slide. This is the again 3rd August 2010. So this is the time when we started cloud actually moving towards their dissipating, and we are witnessing the flood on our surface. Next, so it's very important to understand this unique data set gives you a detail about the impact of floods on the land surface feature, and we can easily use these
this information to carry out the vulnerability assessment exposures due to flood. So next, so these are the stages flooding, and now we can say the north, which is the flood is receding, moving towards the southern part of Pakistan in say next. To see how much time actually the event triggered in July 2010 keep on and actually the phenomena show that the receding phenomena, the forming is there. At the end, 25th of next January of 2011, you will see the most of the flood water actually receding. So 6 months actually. So this is very huge time period which can easily affect the crops as well, have the effect. Now I'm going to share the slide view of flood 2022. The data stays same, 18 August. The rain event, if 19 August rain stage, 21st August still raining in some area, 24 rain, 28 August suddenly the cloud disappeared, and one can easily predict how much area has affected flood. And keep on the flooding, then falling, then receding. These are the phenomena related to the flood. And these are the things which are actually used for the vulnerability assessment. Number one, the depth of the flood. Number two, the velocity of the flood. Number three, duration of the flood, means duration in terms of flowing flood and the volume of the water, which directly affect the crops. Next comes the concept. So here 5 different level of floods have been categorized during this study. The very low flood means a depth of 0.5 meter. The graph basically is a representation of the data. Yes. So this is these are 3 parameters which I discussed earlier, that depth in meters, velocity, and flood duration. These are actually affect the crops. So very low flood means 0.5 meter depth of water, and these like the velocity of 0.5 meter per second, 1 meter per second, and then more than 2 meters per second. Flood duration in number of days, short, medium, and long duration. So these are all actually affect the very long. Next, low flood means depth of 0.5 to 1 meter. Next, moderate flood of 1 to 2 meters. Next, high flood 2 to 3 meters, and very high flood of 3 more than 3 meters. These are the 5 scenarios. Yes. Next slide. So how actually they affect how flood? These are the depths of the flood, and this is the risk factor damages to the crop. So as the depth of flood increases in duration, the damage or vulnerability level towards flood increases over the time. And if we see this graph, this is the cutoff line. From here, the yield is actually negatively affected by a maximum depth. It's around 0.2 meter depth. This less also reduction, but this is the situation reducing the problem. Same with the maximum velocity of 0.03 meter per second must be increased. And the next is the maximum duration of the flood. If it's more than 7 days flood or falling in a field, then it's negative. Next slide. Next, what we need to carry out this vulnerability assessment crop in all of these crop characteristics. We need to know which crop is actually inundated or affected by the flood. Crop digital layers, the fields which are actually inundated by the flood. Flood probability experts definitely need those areas which are affected by the flood. Soil characteristics, well drained or poorly drained soil. Next, terrain specifications, slope and aspect, and the climate analytics. So these are the main units if we want to assess the vulnerability of crops. Next slide. So these are some of the cards I'm going to share. There are 9 scenarios. One is the lowest flood scenario, one is the highest power flood scenarios. short duration and low velocity flood in 5 different steps. How they are going to 56 million class of hours. Wheat, sugarcane, cotton, rice, maize, and fodder. You can see in this analysis we found that cotton maturity stage is very water under different pipes. So we will go to the extreme and keep on the medium duration, low velocity. Still cotton is on the higher velocity, higher velocity. Sugarcane on the low velocities, long duration, low velocity. These are the curves which actually explaining how much expected is the damage under these 5 different depth of floods and these short duration and moderate velocity. The agri crop has a different vulnerability, but cotton, no doubt, is the most sensitive to next. Next. I'm keeping fast. Yes, so that's so this is the highest category of flood vulnerability. Long duration means more than 14 years of flood forming. Highest velocity of flood, water, and these 5 categories. So one can easily understand that if this flood happens, most of the crops, including sugarcane, they will be highly vulnerable to flood. Around 60%. Cotton almost 100%. Next. These are some of the estimates of impacts will be there in the categorized in 9 classes. The low velocity, low duration, category 1, category 9 flood is high velocity, high duration, and it can reduce impact of 57% of these 6 major crops. These are some of the contribution to be rapid from the detail since 2010, and all these systems can easily these are the new water flood extent and these water fall. That is actually the damage based on regulation of the falling water falling, while yellow is where there is regulation of water. So there is more losses and with the next conclusion, seeing whether the tables are stages of some elected in a particular ecosystem. Next, spatial components might be make it easy to access the vulnerabilities, barriers, and hazards in more realistic manners. Area specific vulnerability assessments. Major class vulnerability curves explain the possible flood impacts on major crops in pipeline. Cotton and maize are most vulnerable crops by sugarcane and yeast one. SUPARCO has contributed significantly providing spatial better decision in timely and accurate analysis to detail. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Now I will invite Dr. Asif Khan, a special expert on vulnerability, to share his views with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much once again. As our other colleagues already explained the vulnerability for the crops, etc. I'm going to only focus on the flood vulnerability, and we'll go directly to the problem as we have seen in 2022, for example. We have seen really high rainfall events during 2022, which is at Pakistan level, it's around 175% more precipitation we have received compared to the last 30 years normal. And of course, like those precipitation events cause a lot of devastating floods in various parts, particularly in KP and Balochistan and Sindh. If you look at some of the figures, then we can see that, of course, the population or the settlements along the rivers got affected more compared to the other regions. And these are some of the photographs from near to Swat and northern Pakistan. What we are expecting due to climate change, the precipitation events are going more intensified and deepened. So we have to get ready for the future sort of resilience and resilient infrastructure development. And if you know that what should be considered for those particular aspects, then we'll be able to have our sustainable development future. I'm repeating a couple of slides from the previous presentation. Of course, like precipitation is going to be increased when one day and 5-day precipitation are going to be more critical for flooding. So we can see in near to far future, the precipitation is going to be more intense and going to be increased in near to far future, based on SSP 2 4.5 scenario and SSP 5 8.5 scenario. If we talk about the flood damage probability, then of course it really depends. Like we have heard from other people, that flood depth, type of structure, duration of flood, and velocity of flood matter. It's velocity and duration is were mentioned in the previous presentation, were kept similar for the infrastructure damages. However, the flood depth estimates are based on some of the actual assessments made in somehow made in US. Unfortunately, we couldn't find any such studies in nearby, for example, in India, Bangladesh, or other regions nearby. However, the study from this is one of the studies by SUPARCO in 2013. They have developed the damage probability curves based on the actual inundation data in US, and this one is going to show you the RC structure, which is concrete structures, reinforced concrete structures. And if we look at the graphs or probability curves, the blue ones are low, whereas the up to the red, we are going to have more intense damage probability. And the next slide, I'll explain the very low to very high probability or classification. So in very low, there is no significant structural damage, whereas in very high, we can see that there should be, there is an expected high destructive damage to walls and columns of the structure. Similar analysis has also been done for the masonry structures for the similar data sets in US, and these also have 6 classes here, whereas our need for the study was 5 classes there. Therefore, what we have done, we have clubbed these first 2 classes into one, which is class is very low in our study. If we go to the next slide, this is what we have developed from the available data, and we have developed the damage probability curves for our analysis that the flood depths, inundation depth for RC structure and its damage probability, how it will increase or how it will shift to the other class. Next, this is for the masonry structures, and then I show you the table for it. For RC structure at 80% probability, the flood depth for very good is 0.9, whereas up to very high is 16 meter, 16 meter, and flood depth for masonry structure, it's 5.89 feet. Sorry, it's feet. It's not in meter. It's in feet. Whereas for the damage probability of the overall depth, that how much facilities or infrastructure within the building can be damaged, is based on 1.5 meter depth, which is 5 feet in total. So we have done this depth at a given classification divided by 1.5 into 100. So 100% damage is up to 1.5 meter. So loss to property is up to 1.5 meter. If it is going to be single story building, then the damage in first floor is considered. Similarly, if there is high rise building, then of course the flood or loss to property is different. So we have considered that difference in our estimation, like Madam was showing you the typology of different buildings considered in this very project. We have considered the typologies, and then of course we have done this probability analysis and damage to property within the building. Next. So this is what we have done for the flood vulnerability assessment, and of course we'll also read the report for full understanding. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hassan. Now I would request Dr. Serena, who is National Expert Geophysical Risk Class Assessment, share with us this class module Geophysical Hazard. Thank you. Okay, for risk calculation and loss estimation module, I would request Mr. Avi Ali to come on stage and share his presentation.
Thank you very much. My name is Amir Ali, and I am General Manager at SUPARCO, and my expertise is Spatial Application Development. And I'm also a PhD scholar at Beihang University in China. I'm here to deliver the presentation on National Catastrophe NatCat Risk Calculator. Next slide. This is my first slide. I will go first about the risk calculator. The NatCat Risk Calculator is a web-based platform developed by SUPARCO to display and render geospatial data, to perform analysis on render data, and to generate resultant maps. And then the aim of this platform is to share a huge amount of data pertaining to the element at risk. You have already seen the element at risk, like education facilities, health facilities, and other crops, Rabi and Kharif, and urban areas also. And also, it is aimed to share the geospatial data pertaining to the resultant factors or the resultant model generated results pertaining to the cyclone and the flood and other hazard assessment model results. And through this, any person from around the world, anywhere from the world, you can be connected through the internet, and it will not take a single minute. It will be loaded in your web-based platform within seconds. So you can say, you can get the results within a seamless time. The platform would also provide you the data as well as the analytical functions. I will show you the demonstration and as well as the snapshot of the risk calculator which we have developed here. The environment is very user-friendly. We have given different features which any expert level person can use. So we have considered the users, their background, their expert level. So we have made this possible to have a user-friendly platform. Next slide. This is the system architecture which we have followed to develop the risk calculator.
And we have followed a medium client architecture. What is a medium client architecture? Medium client architecture. In this architecture, the work is done on the server side as well as the client side. So there would not be much load on the machine of the client. So if you have a lightweight machine, if you have a laptop having similar specs, you can load the data, you can generate the results. So here we have used the open source technologies. These are the modern day technologies which we have used to develop this data. First of all, I will introduce here the database management system which we have used. There's the PostGIS and the PostGIS, where all the databases, all the geospatial data would be uploaded onto the such databases. Then through this PostGIS, we have to publish it online. So we have used application server here and named as the Geo server, through which we will be publishing the data through some different APIs. And we have developed the APIs so that if any client can access the data using those APIs. And we have developed a client application. Another client application we have developed for the users using the HTML, jQuery, Bootstrap, and CSS. And it will be available on the laptop machines or the workstations to the internet. Next slide. This is the graphical user interface of this calculator. You can see the working boundary here, the Pakistan, and this is a map. And these are the mapping tools here. You can see the zooming. You can zoom in or zoom out. You can pan around the map. You can have generate the resultant reports here. You can swipe. You can see the trend change from the one return period to another return period. If you want to see that what is the trend change from the 5 years return period to the 10-year return period, you can swipe. You have the two maps. You can see that how much trend is changing. That after 10 years, what is the possibility of flood or what is the possibility of earthquake? And on the left side, we have some different modules. First is the AOI, area of interest. I will show you all the functions of this risk calculator. Next slide, please. First one is the AOI, area of interest. You can work on the national level. You can also work on the provincial, then up to the district, then towards the tehsil level. So we have the 4 levels where we can perform our analysis part here. So here I have performed the analysis on the province of Punjab, then towards the district Layya, and from the Layya district I extracted the tehsil boundary of Layya. So here you can see the tehsil boundary of Layya. This is my AOI. Now I'm moving towards my hazard module. Towards the hazard module next, please. This is the hazard module. From this hazard module, you can select, you can generate the hazard maps pertaining to the floods, earthquake, wind hazard, storm surge hazard, drought with different return periods. For the flood 5, the 200 return period, and earthquake from starting from 95 to 2475. So you using a click of mouse, the data is accessible to you. Data is available to you, not only in the form of the maps, but also in the form of statistical analysis. You can see in my next slides. This is the hazard module. I have selected here the flood hazard and the 5 years return period. You can see here in the Layya tehsil. This is the flood hazard. This is the extent of flood hazard for the 5 years return period. And here is a region. Then what will be the depth of the flood? Okay, then you can also generate the map similarly for the earthquake. Next slide. And also to generate a statistical analysis that how much area, how much is the extent of the flood in the 5-year return period or the 10-year return period. So we have generated a statistical analysis for the Layya tehsil, how much area is under the hazard of flood. So these are the charts here. And again, this map shows you the 100 years return period of the flood. Again, then this is for the earthquake, 95 years return period. You can generate the map for the earthquake within seconds. So you will not have to wait for the loading of the images. So we have used the technology at the back end. So it will give you the images of you can say the KBs, which with a minimum bandwidth of internet, you can easily access the data here. Next, please. Earthquake statistical analysis from 95 years to the 2,475 years return period. You can see the bar graph. You can see how trend is increasing and how much area is being affected in the Tehsil layer. Next, please. Now this is for the wind hazard. The wind speed it is showing for the layer is the only one region. It is under the category of low wind speed for this is for the 25 years return period. Next, please. Now again moving toward another module that is elemental risk. Here we have whatever elemental risk we have generated, as you have already seen in the previous presentations, that the schools and hospitals, urban zones, Rabi Kharif, and the roads, all are available in the system. Here for the Laya Tehsil, these are the schools, and we have subcategorized the schools in the primary, middle, high secondary, and mosque. Again, next please. Then the statistical analysis that how many schools are there in the Laya Tehsil. Again, next please. This map shows you the urban zones, and we have subcategorized the urban zones in the bus station, hospital, industrial, judicial complex. These are the themes available in this system, and this is again for the Laya Tehsil. And for the Kharif crop, these are the Kharif crops, rice, cotton, and sugarcane available for the Laya Tehsil. So you can work on any Tehsil, any district, any province, or on the national level. The data will be available within seconds. Next, please. This is the road network in Laya. Again, exposure. Now the exposure module. If you want to see that which element at risk are exposed to the hazard, to the particular hazard. For example, here I have shown the 25 years return period for the flood, and I want to see that what are the elements which are exposed to the 25 years return period of flood. So this map shows me all the elemental risks. It contains the school, health facilities, Rabi, Kharif, and road. So all the information is here. You can check or uncheck. If you want to see only the schools which are exposed, you can uncheck all other categories and check the schools category. Next, please. Then again, the statistical analysis with how much square kilometer of crop is exposed to any hazard. You can see here, and again on the basis of return period, and then the exposed Kharif crop, and now moving towards the vulnerability crop. This map shows you about the flood, a 25 years return period, and this is for the Kharif crop. With how much Kharif crop is vulnerable to the flood at the 25 years return period. Yes. Again, the statistical analysis, so that you can see how much a crop is vulnerable. And then moving toward the risk module, the overall risk module, so what would be the economical losses and what would be the risk? So we have calculated here, we have shown here how much would be the risk on the basis of any of the hazard by combining all the elemental risk here. So here, all the elemental risks are combined, or one is shown here, the urban, Rabi, and Kharif. For the Kharif crop, it is showing you the results, how much economical loss is expected or is possible for different regions here. Next, please. Then the Kharif crop risk, statistical information you can access. Now, finally, the loss estimation module is here. Both the loss estimations, like annual average loss as well as the probable maximum loss. You can generate the graph. Next, please. This is for the PMF. You can also generate the graph here. Now, where you can use the risk calculator. So I will be showing some of the application here, and I will be connecting with the MHPRA. So risk calculator and MHPRA, multi-hazard risk assessment, all the products which are included in this risk calculator. So to achieve the resilience against natural disasters, it is most important to know the nature and intensity of the natural hazards in conjunction with the human population as well as the system. So multi-hazard MHPRA is the first step for the disaster risk reduction in particular and disaster management in general. The risk calculator is based on the concept of MHPRA and presents the hazard and risk information for the country with respect to the human ecosystem. Next, please. These are some of the examples. Like I have devices from the data results which we have generated from models. One is shown here for the Datu district from the Sindh province. This is study we have done for the PDMS Sindh here. So I have shown a risk matrix here. you can analyze the data, and from the one figure, you can see that this district is affected by which hazard and whose trend is increasing. So you can analyze the data, you can analyze the result, and from this picture, you can have a picture that on which district of my province I have to allocate more resources so that I can reduce the risk or I can plan on in a better way. So this is one of the slides we have having different hazards and the return periods. In Dadu district, you can see there's no cyclone, there's no storm surge, and you can see the earthquake on the net 95 years. It has a magnitude of intensity of low. So you can plan using this kind of information here. Next slide. Another example from the NHPR study, again for the Dadu district, where we have done different hazard assessment, including the tsunami as well as heat wave. So these are the administrative units. These are the union councils. Okay, you can see the union council of Dadu district, and here you can focus on particular union council that who is more exposed to the multi-hazard concept, not only for the flood or the earthquake, but here we are following the multi-hazard concept where we should allocate some of the resources in which union council is the root cross level. Next slide. Now, application of risk calculator in NHPR and DRM and DRR. So it facilitates in the complete disaster management cycle, pre, during, and post disaster. So you can have the proactive approach rather than being the reactive approach for the disaster risk reduction. First of all, you have to identify which administrative unit is at the high risk. So identification of administrative status from the province, district, or the testing from the multi-hazard risk, and you can develop the efficient and practical disaster management plans based on the MHPR information. So it can also provide you the facilitation for the implementation of disaster risk reduction measures. It may be the hard or the soft. Hard in the sense if you have to build an infrastructure, the embankment, or you have to provide training to the community so that disaster could be reduced. Next, please. And again, the identification of shelter places and the preparation of evacuation routes during the disaster. The provision of extensive amount of data for post-disaster detailed damage and need assessment for recovery and rehabilitation. So you can see here, you can perform the analysis in the complete disaster cycle, pre, during, and post. So I have shown here one of the examples of the shelter places which we have identified from the multi-hazard risk assessment concept here. This is for, again, the district Badin, and this is for the cyclone and the tsunami. So shelter places we have identified on the basis of the risk and on the basis of human population which needs to be evacuated, and where are the possible shelter places which have the possible the routes available and the water available and the food available, keeping all those factors. So we have identified this kind of shelter places also. Next, please. Now, what is the use of disaster MHPR and the risk calculated in spatial planning? So here I have written some of the lines here. The spatial planning involves the attempts to plan processes of social, economic, and environmental change to bring about certain ends together with drawing of plans, maps, or diagrams that indicate where development activities should take place. A disaster risk existence is required to be considered in spatial planning. So before going for the spatial planning, you need to have the concept of the disaster risk existence. Then the platform would play a vital role in synchronization of multi-hazard risk with the spatial planning and development projects of public infrastructure development schemes, keeping in view the disaster risk information. Next slide. Then again, the disaster risk financing is the application that strengthens the capacity of governments to take informed decisions on the basis of disaster risk finance based on the sound financial analysis. Based on the information, areas of interventions can be identified and prioritized, keeping in view the cost-benefit analysis and also where to invest and how much to invest. And disaster risk finance strategy can be implemented through this information, and early preparation can be ensured with quantitative risk information. Thank you. If you can give me 2 minutes, I can give you some real-time demonstration of this. Thank you.
So this is our web link. It is not still available for the public. Right now, we are using our own local resources. It has not been deployed yet. So it will be deployed on the high-end server machines having the router and firewall capacities, so that data should be secured enough so that it will not be misused by anyone. So here is the graphical user interface. Okay, as I already told you that we have this graphical user interface. This is the working boundary and the map. Initially, Pakistan boundary is selected at the national level. From here, you can go to any province. So you just have to select the province here, then select the district. So I'm going to select the district Layya. Then again, these are the tehsils of Layya, and I would be applying it. Now I'm here at the tehsil Layya here. So this is my working boundary. If I want to see the hazard information here, I'll just click here on the flood, then 5. So it will show me the 5 years return period flood hazard information of the Layya tehsil. So you can see within seconds, it is giving the information. If you want to see the statistical information, you just click on the states, it will show you the information. Okay, so again, for the earthquake, you can also generate same kind of information here by selecting the earthquake here. You can see the information related to 95 years return period, then 475, then 975, then 24. So you can have the trend change here. Okay. Okay. If you want to see the information about the legend, that what is the meaning of this color? So here is the meaning of color. So blue color shows the low, okay, hazard intensity, then the medium, then high and very high. So legend is also here. Yes. Yes, based on the PGA. Now you can also see the element at risk here. So I have checked the schools checkbox here. So here is the information about those schools. If you want to see that what is the color category here, so here is the legend for this layer. Okay. Again, if you want to see the health facilities here, so here are the health facilities for the Layya Tehsil. Then for the Kharif crop, here's the Kharif crop. And these are the different color codes for the Kharif crop, the crop irrigated rice, cotton, and sugarcane. Okay. So you have a detailed information on the spatial as well as the statistical basis. Now moving towards the exposure module, with what kind of, which element at risk are exposed to what hazard. I'm selecting here flood hazard. I'm selecting the 5 years return period. And here already these elements are already selected here. So these are the exposed elements for the 5 years return period flood in Layya Tehsil. If you want to see only the crop, so you just uncheck, and this is the for the Kharif crop here. So this is the Kharif crop which is exposed. You can generate the results for other hazards also through the same mechanism. And then the vulnerability module. So you can also have some information about the vulnerability. This is the vulnerability map. And the map is combined with the urban zones, Rabi crop, and the Kharif crop. You can uncheck all of this and you can see for the vulnerability map of the Kharif. And also you can generate the statistical analysis for the graph. So you just have to select the hazard. And here is the Kharif crop, and this is the vulnerability against the flood, the Kharif crop vulnerability for the hazard. Okay, and then moving towards our risk module. This is our risk module. So it will show you the risk of the elemental risk here. So I have to select the flood for the 5-year return period, and I have selected here the Kharif crop, and also you can see the scale with how much risk in million PKR is for against the flood for the 5 years return period. And finally, we have the overall risk, the loss estimation, and it is, you can generate it as the AAL, annual average loss, or the probable maximum loss. If you want to see the AAL, it will show you the loss here for the hazard, particular hazard which you have selected. If you want to see the PML, and it will show you the information for the particular hazard here. So all this information is available within the Eclipse. You need to have the mouse, and no expert level is required, no technical level is required. You are not like required to be a geospatial analyst or the disaster management specialist. Any manager, any person can use this system and get the information for their own use. So these are the simple tools here for the zoom in and zoom out. You can also generate a report automatically. Also, you can see the trend analysis here. If you want to see the trend between the cyclone of 50-year return period up to the 1,000 years return period. So you can see here. So this is the slider. If you want to see the information here, this is for the cyclone 1,000 years, and you are moving here for the cyclone 50 years return period. So you can analyze the trend. The trend is changing, how trend is going with in which area particular hazard intensity is increasing or not. So that's all. Thank you very much.
And update, so, we have time for some questions around. Yes.
Sir, excellent presentation, and it actually woke up many of us.
Oh.
And I would say wonderful work and very logically presented, because we as managers can understand up to a level, but if it is beyond that, and the technical experts can only understand that. So this was for both. Thank you for that. Now my question would be, when will it be available for the planners? Thank you. This is the timeline we have.
Okay, from the front page. Okay, good job.
पिछली बात बताते हैं तो क्या ये हमारा रिस्क कैलकुलेटर उस पर के बनाने में हेल्प तो करेगा, लेकिन पिछली बात परफॉर्मेंस के अंदर इसका कंप्यूटेशन होनी चाहिए. So will we be talking to planning commission to have some space for this kind of innovation in the development project can be made more practical on the adoption.
This is a wonderful question. Already we, with engagement of PC1, we are going to added one the DRR checklist. And the purpose of that checklist was to sensitize the project that it is sensitive to the risk, and accordingly in all the mitigation measures have been implemented. Now this risk evaluation will be shared with the issue planning and the language. But it will going to be shared with us. And hopefully in the near future it may become part of the business plan. Thank you.
There were separate projects from the India and Germany. They are using the concept of spatial planning in Pakistan. They are working with the engineers, the ultimate utility, their planning commitment. Their planning tool also requires a set of their data set. So ultimately they will get that manner. But on the policy side, planning has to make room in the DFG given process type of the thing. Thank you. And I hope this is not on the open source.
This is developed through open source technologies, but it is not open source.
Okay. And use open source technology.
Yes. At the back end,
but
yes.
which is distributed application, you get all the outputs, but you cannot get the actual data in the backend.
Okay.
Thank you.
And it is all only for the constitution code or what
data.
Yes,
So,
you cannot, you
so
cannot.
there will be one spatial model for the historic and they come up with your own exposure modeling. Particularly, like they have a more detailed, they have all these, they can upload their data in the database. Response against their design. And because it's loss calculation, each and every choice company, they can have their own parameters and they wanted to check, if I put those parameters, what would be the result? So they would have that, and that would be distributed cells for user and masters. Thank you. Yeah.
By the higher side, I think it's very good effort by SUPARCO and NDRMF for the construction of the NatCat model. I just wanted to ask that the different hazards have been modeled in this model actually. So is it a stochastic in this method all hazards or for some hazard which is deterministic and for some is
Totally probabilistic. That is
Thank you very much, and I would also like to thank the voices and the phone and the kind of approach. So, yeah, so it is really, I was saying that very appreciable, and it would not have gotten better with a kind of partnership between NDRMF and SUPARCO. So having said that, so okay, मुझे हमसे थोड़ा सा गुलामी सुन लेते हैं. The supposed to be facilitated workshop, so would have been very nice to have that because we have a wonderful presentation, and of course after the such presentation, we would give some time to ask questions. But I totally understand the limitations and we don't have enough time to ask questions. But in my understanding, so I have a couple of questions just very quickly go through them. So in my understanding correct that at this stage, the climate change is not added to this online module. It is okay. So okay. So
it is included in terms of its impact on the start and the magnitude start, the heavier impact of the heavier.
So then the follow-up question would be that we have focused on SSP 245 scenario, which is a middle of the road scenario, right? We understand that. But if I'm a disaster risk reduction practitioner or a risk financer or a special planning planner in Pakistan, so what I would be more interested in that what kind of a risk I would have at different levels of global warming. Currently, we have 1.2 degrees centigrade. What would happen if we go to 1.4? What would happen if we go to 1.8? So this is this SSP 245 is one of the infinite options of the past. There could be infinite options. I don't think that the practitioners or planners would be interested in whether we follow the 245, but they would be more interested in 1.5 or 1.2. That is why acknowledging that this is the first phase of the project, it will definitely be a bit upon. So just to something to cater for in the future. The other question would be the use of a technical NDRMF plan. So NDRMF plan is also a modeled product. So it is not observed level. We can argue that it is provided by ECMWF, it has nudged by climate things, the observed model. But it is not the model that I came to my mind because we just had the DG from TMD sitting here. So we can use those resources. This is partnership, SUPARCO and NDRMF. It should not be difficult to get the data from them and to interpolate it, especially ourselves, and to use the observation, the best possible observational data we could have. We can build it, and that will increase the ability of this tool manifold. So that's another. We have used SWAT model. So what is interesting is how we treated glaciers in the SWAT model because glaciers are very important for us. So is there a dynamical, mass balance between the glacier and the global warming perspective? In drought, we did not include SPEI. So I was a bit puzzled that Pakistan is adding Samuel, it's one of the hottest places in the earth. And we have used SPI, but not SPEI because the vapor transpiration play a very important role in, determining whether we have drought conditions or not, especially in the climate. So I have a long list, I'm not going to go through it, so I stop here. Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay. For the SPEI, that has been used in agricultural growth assessment and progress that we developed in Salabas. It's always easier. For the rest of the question, you're talking about
so remind me if I skip anything, because there are too many questions. Number one, we have gone through this 44.5 development. What we have done, like, of course, many of us are decision maker or planners will be plus at 1.6 degrees centigrade rise, 1.8, 2 degrees centigrade, and so on. So what we have done in our analysis, we have provided even like decadal changes, which are capturing those particular rise in temperature or change in precipitation. So those are there actually, and those are also reflected at the downstream modeling exercise, which is the hydroclimatic modeling, and the decadal changes of flow patterns and floods are also provided in the DCAT report. So hope they will be useful. Second thing is the era 5 rain. Why we have used the era 5 rain? Because in northern Pakistan, which is really critical for overall water resources, and I believe the PMD colleagues will agree to me that plant stations in northern Pakistan, those are at very low altitude, which cannot represent high altitude precipitation, which is 5 to 10 times more in general. So if we go and see the mass balance of a particular basin in north, for example, Hunza, Shikar, Shok, or any other, we can see that the PMD station precipitation is far less than the flows we have in those basins. So what we did, we have done to get the mass basin analysis for selection of era 5 rain out of 20 other related data sets. Of course, like PMD data set is quite useful and can improve in some parts of the study. Of course, I am not denying it, but in northern part of Pakistan, the full representation cannot come from PMD stations only because the high altitude stations are not available, and the high altitude precipitation, snow and glacier are really critical. So we have done the mass balance assessment for selection of the data. We have also checked the era 5 rain and PMD station error analysis. We have done those as well for this very study, and we have also done the Kodako curve analysis for selection. So we have done a very thorough backup calculation and estimation to reach to the point that okay, we shall go with this particular data, for example. Third question was about the SWOT model. I'm not supposed to answer this, but of course I agree with you that the SWOT model doesn't have the measurement particular parameter within its equation or in its simulation. However, there are techniques of calibration that one can provide the available measurement estimate based on various studies, which has been done by the hydrologists in this very project. I'm answering on his behalf. So this is what they have done. That they have infused those base flows which are reflective of the measurement contribution. And SWOT model by itself is not capturing any measurement. There are some universities in China, for example, they are now having the scripts for the extended SWOT modeling, and hopefully once those are available, then can be students to the end result. SBI answer is already there, it is considered, and there was one more.
So those are all, but I think it merits some follow-up discussion which we are not gonna have now. We can have it later.
Yeah, sure, sure.
And even during the tea time, you can have discussion.
Thank you.
Now we'll take a tea break.
For 15 minutes and then we resume the last session.
ये होना चाहिए नहीं आएगी माइक इसका स्पीकर ये इसमें स्काइप ने और इसमें आपस में रहेगी तभी वो कैप्चर कर रहा था
It's not a session. No problem, no problem. मैं इसको वैसे भी जल्दी रैप करूंगा। आप भी जरा फोकस रहिएगा। Right, guys. Sorry to interrupt your immensely exciting chats and discussions, but let's conclude this session and then I can reassure you that you will be part of your discussion. So let's conclude the last session.
I would like to call upon Ma'am Serena, who's consultant NDRMF, to come on stage and join the panel. I would also request Mr. Nayo Hassan, ED Strategy and New Initiative, to join us. I would also like CEO Asia Insurance, Mr. Daniel Qureshi, to come on stage and join us for the panel. In that, I would like to call upon Mr. Khalid Hamid, who's CEO NIPL, to honor us on the stage, please. So we're all over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. You did a wonderful job today. Okay, everyone is seated. Maybe, maybe, maybe we can come deep. जिसे उर्दू पंजाबी में कहते हैं करतू ठीक है that was just a line of words. So I mean, this particular section is all about the application. So the entire day what we're hearing is for the NatCat model, the data behind it, the exposure and browse and everything else, and all the technicalities behind it, which is all good, but this is what is necessary, essential for any application to work, applicable to be valid for policy making, spatial planning, and a number of other applications as well. So one particular area where NDRMF have been very closely working with a number of partners from the insurance industry is how this application is useful, it can be utilized for the insurance industry for coming up and designing their products. So we all know that the insurance industry is based on the on property from the risk, and what we've been trying to educate you for the entire day was basically that how to manage those risks and how to calculate and quantify those risks. So, once we have gone past that stage, so what are the keys? How we take this forward? And this all has to make sense. And if it does make sense in a kind of entrepreneurial way, in a commercial sense, I think that already kind of makes it kind of a happen and guarantee that So what we believe is the insurance industry, the key stakeholders, players in taking this forward. And NDRMF and many stakeholders who are there are much more of them earlier in the day, in the morning today. We believe that our role is pretty limited. And we might have already covered quite a lot of ground. I'm not saying that we are dragging our feet, but in terms of developing the NatCat model and plugging it in with this financing strategy, I think this is kind of the bulk of the work which an institution like us should have done a long time ago, but it's now doing it. So, how do we see it, especially from an insurance perspective? Because what we hear and what we gather and what we very strongly believe is insurance is one component when we're talking about the financial instrument. In a specific context, Pakistan, it might not be the only instrument, but it is going to be the one key instrument which has to play its role. I know a number of experimentation has already happened, and the insurance industry has been doing a great job. And we know the crop insurance and these other products have been launched to market now on a pilot basis and experimental basis, and some valuable lessons have been learned. Okay, so this is a discussion, very focused discussion. What we want to hear from our previous guests who have a lot of experiences and they represent the different insurance outlets in the country. Just want to very quickly want to hear from them how do they see this in terms of integrating it into your product development, and then what do you want us to kind of creating the overall ecosystem and enabling environment in the country in order for the insurance to play its key part. So I can start with Mr. Khalid Mir, and then we can go here.
Because the most important thing for us, first of all, my appreciation and everybody has appreciated is the calculator. This calculator. This is something great. But the problem is that so first of all, I'm from a national company, which is a very old company, and we store all public assets. Okay, when we talk public assets, we mean big numbers and big risks. So whenever we have to place the reinsurance for these big projects, you have to approach the international market, and they have to use some models to determine the risk, natural risk hazards. There are methods, so they use the reinsurance models. So now with this SUPARCO risk calculator,
I think it would be much better, the rates should improve because they would know what they are doing, what they are taking the risk on. And similarly for us also, and as the SUPARCO coaches are said that we can integrate that to our data also, and then we can see the risk there. So that's something very, very good. But to do that, first of all, to have the financial impact of this disaster, we need some data. So data means your positioning and the values and the heights and the separations, which unfortunately we don't collect. If we don't collect, as a company, I'm saying that we don't collect all this information, and we have been working, and NDRMF has already asked us to work on that. So we are working on that, but going into the public sector, seeking information, sending emails. Out of 100, you get 2 responses only. Sometimes it's taking off. So now I've decided to start collecting this data on the workplace and appointing a surveyor and sending to the corporations and companies to collect the data on our own. First of all, we need data for that. The financial impact of that, the height, the separation, the value, your positioning. So, and then definitely we'll be able to use this on this discussion of the day. It's going to be very right.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Very well said. Yes, and I think the risk calculator was one of the kind of very interesting projects that came out of all the presentations. Data is always a problem in this country and many of the countries as well. And I think there's somehow this challenge for my company as well. If I may ask the mayor, Dan as well, to give them very quick remarks before I continue.
Thank you, Vilasa. First, I congratulate SUPARCO and the NDRMF for I think very great work. And I think the more the private sector and the public sector collaborate, I think the more good results out in the country. So insurance is all based on the last number and goal of this. So it is always based on what is the data standard. I think it's a good effort by SUPARCO has developed a very comprehensive natural catastrophe model. But in order to have a confidence and trust of the private sector on this model, and obviously of the international insurance market, I think there's much more review or related experience in the private sector and the public. So this is a stock which is actually more than cheaper. But I suggest that you maybe a group will form of the private sector insurers and NDRMF and SUPARCO to more closely work on this model. So that when they take a risk and the kids not the private sector insurance will actually the commercial capital on the risk. So they have to take a calculation. So I suggest that more collaborative work is required and maybe private sector insurers and the NDRMF and SUPARCO should further work on this model.
Thank you, Vilasa, and of course, thank you to the great work that's been done by SUPARCO and NDRMF. I would say that instead of first focusing or first turning our attention to what remains to be done, it's more on what can be done with what we have. There is this expression that the great should not be the enemy of the good, and I believe there is enough here based on what we've been shown for us to get to work on making products that solve real world issues as we go on. It was very interesting to see the effect of floods or earthquake on, for example, school zones, on hospitals even. There is enough for us to map out products that are not necessarily just disaster risk based or disaster relief, but products that are everyday issues. So if we can model on the how much effect floods can have on schools, we can approximate then the effect it has on the student population and how those health outcomes are affected, and is there a product that can be structured on that. So there is a lot of work that can already be done based on the information provided. The caveat, of course, is that yes, quality of data is important, availability of data is important, but from what I've seen today, there's definitely some nodes in the chain that we think are sufficient for us to get to work. in any ecosystem with ourselves, like you said, there are some things that have to be connected for an end insurance product to be derived. Data is one of those. Another is, as I said, reinsurance support, because whichever insurance company you pick, even if it's an ICL, it cannot keep on spending on its net basis. It has to have some sort of support that is then driving sustainability as well. Because it cannot simply be that the government should just keep pouring in money. There has to be a self-sustaining model, and that is how the thing the government must bring is the scalability, and then best practices towards sustainability is the private sector's responsibility. So what I would say is that there is very encouraging to see the things that are already apparently going to be available, say by June of this year. So we'll be very happy to take those data sets apart and get to work on making products that go beyond just conventional fire and marine, even beyond disaster products. So we're very excited to see what comes next. Thank you.
Wonderful. Madam?
I would like to just give a macro industry picture. I think why this data is important because Pakistan is going to double jeopardy. The dilemma is that the country's exposure is increasing, whereas the insurance penetration continues to be low. And the total catastrophe risk retention capacity of the insurance sector is negligible, making it very difficult for the sector to effectively share the fiscal burden of the country. Today, our colleague from Turkey was saying that almost 55% of the losses caused by the recent earthquake are insured, whereas in 2010, only 1% of were insured, the losses were insured. So having said that, what are going to be the benefits? As I see it, if the catastrophe risk retention capacity of the market increases, it's going to have a very, very positive effect on 2-3 areas. First of all, the dependency on volatile global reinsurance markets is likely to go down. It will be minimized. The dependency on global expertise can also minimize. We can build local expertise, and we can manage to save precious foreign currency. As far as the insurance practitioners sitting here are concerned, one of the biggest constraints for developing retail, not wholesale, retail disaster risk insurance products was the lack of NatCat data. So with the help of this data, now effective, need-based, specific disaster risk insurance products can be developed for home insurance, for marginal farmers, etc., etc. So I think overall, it is a very, very useful and yeah, before I forget, because of the lack of country-specific NatCat data, international reinsurance have been charging uncertainty premium loading to catastrophe reinsurance, making it much more costly for Pakistan than for other countries which have this specific data. So I expect therefore that with this data, the overall reinsurance cost, catastrophe insurance is going to minimize, thus benefiting the insurance sector.
I was discussing with a consultant friend from Turkey that they have made this compulsory insurance. And as Madam said, that 55% of the losses, current losses were insured. And plus they have a disaster fund also, common pool also, which has a capacity of $2 billion and regional capacity of $3 billion. So anytime for them to pay $2 billion or $3 billion is nothing. So we need to work on that, and NDRMF is the right platform. I think we should, by charging levies from the insurance companies, which SCB and the director is also charging. Okay, so that can be built as a pool also. That can be.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. Thank you. I want to ask kind of if you can guide us in terms of very specific and complete recommendations and proposals on a couple of fronts. Actually, one is how to further refine the NatCat, the data behind it, and what kind of information products and how We have some colleagues in the room, but really they have shown quite an excited interest into it, from purely academic and research perspective. These are courses equally important as well. I think from industry side, similar kind of excitement and engagement is not only the future the biggest note from our interaction. So Legislature gave a very specific recommendation. We are going to put this into action immediately, and we'll set up this group to working. We will be facilitating kind of a intermediary between the industry and the SUPARCO. Now, coming back to, and I'm sure that we can spare some resources in terms of the development of it, including other modules into it, and then creating the different information products out of it. And some of them actually which might be very specific to the industry, insurance industry. Now, I think we strategy the financial strategy is going to be hearing throughout the day about it. We are very clear about it that yes, it is going to have a range of instruments into it. There are the bonds and some specialized contingency funds. Maybe what you're talking about, we are learning from the experience of other countries. But we are very clear that we will make a very clear recommendation to the government that the disaster insurance and insurance for different sectors is going to be one key component of it. Now, one question is, I mean, what I've been hearing, and many of you actually know it already, and I kind of acknowledge that as well. For industry to grow, and the government have to come into, and they have to subsidize it. They have to do a couple of things. One is subsidize it for a good type of period until the whole market has really matured. Second is in kind of creating that, policy, legal, and other infrastructure which is not existing in the country for the time being. Some international layers and the reinsurance companies with whom we've been talking about, they're interested to come to Pakistan. They want to have that facility, they want to have that facility. So I think that is clear. But a slightly kind of a provocative question could be is whether the industry, insurance industry as a whole, will be interested to come as a kind of a last resource in terms of operationalizing and a kind of a fund which can subsidize the premiums for the poor and underprivileged people for other kind of insurances. So one way is that we actually once it's operationalized and we put some kind of premium to the industry, and but what about the other way around, that the industry actually come forward with some kind of mechanism and they are able to put some resources and that actually provide quite a good incentive to the government to be serious and think about it. I mean, this is just a question that came from the top of my head right now. That isn't my thought behind it, but I think as a panel discussion, we can think about it.
One suggestion on it. One suggestion is currently all insurance companies are using different applications to capture the data for underwriting and claims. So now the industry is in the process of implementing IFRS 17, the company accounting standard. And that already requires a lot of data, which no insurance company has. I can surely say that no company has that sort of data, because it requires so much data to come up with to have your financial statement. So we are already building on that. So this is the right time for NDRMF to contact regulators, and from there they can drive us that you need to collect this type of data into your system. The industry I was working for the last 11 years, the whole industry was driven by the regulators, that they tell us what type of data you should have in your system. So that can be one suggestion. I have just given us the template to collect the data. So you send it to and have some agreement with the regulator that they should
inform they should ask for industry to collect this type of information when they are insuring it. They must have this. Stakeholder, right? These few companies, like I think Asia and TPO, they have been subsidizing the premiums also. And we are also in discussion within the organization to have a pilot project on that. But unfortunately, we cannot find private because it has to be that fund. But it should be like the effort to come from, I think, NDRMF to have a overall, make it compulsory so that we can have a volume. There are volume, then the rate will come down. And they have a volume. They are all insurance companies that part of it. A pool sort of thing.
सबसे आसान बात है जैसे हमने पहले भी प्रपोज किया कि eventually set up an agriculture insurance pool. Because the kind of vulnerability the agriculture sector is facing due to the increasing exposure of the country, and 90% of our farmer is subsistence farmer. We can't expect the farmer to buy insurance, and all other countries in the world, they have set up pools and funds of different kinds. And if all the underwriters who are writing agriculture insurance, they all put it up in the pool. And just as insurance, it's a little bit different from what you were saying, because I don't think the industry would really agree to putting up funds to begin with. But something like a pool or a fund of one specific type of underwriting definitely is possible.
It's as a concept, it is easier to discuss than to put in practical application. The idea of the insurance company subsidizing a particular customer against another. In a real sense, it is already being done in terms of the pricing that we offer. So the subsidy is sort of baked into the price. If we take the example of the CLIS, which is the major government problem scheme, the pricing is such that at the lower end, it's obviously targeted towards the lower end of customers, at the bottom of the pyramid. But the pricing is such that it already accounts for the fact that the risk is being spread with riskier and less riskier people. For instance, if you look at the flood mapping data in the district of Leia, I believe it was, then even there we could see that there's a spread on where the flood risk is coming and where the flood risk is spreading rather. But everyone pays a unified rate of premium. So already the lower risk areas are subsidizing the higher risk areas. So that is already built into insurance pricing. And then on a conceptual level, having insurers pay a subsidy that will ultimately pay for insurance that goes to a reinsurer, I don't know how that would work. We remain open to any sort of ideas, provided they can ultimately make sense in a sustainable way. And the fact is that subsidies ultimately come from the state side. Ultimately, they must come from state side or some donors or something. But it is, unfortunately, we may call it, it is the job of the state to help us channelize these efforts. And for channelizing, definitely, in terms of getting operational boots on ground, managing the distribution in an efficient way, that is definitely something that private insurers can do. But in terms of being responsible for some sort of subsidy element, I feel as an industry that would be a good job.
Yeah, I see two immediate tools of this NatCat model. One is, I think, that the government has established a few years back a committee on the introduction of the national crop insurance. So that committee has done work. So I think that work would be revised and maybe updated based on this model. And so that a national overall subsidy required with crop insurance scheme is worked out based on this model. And I think the SUPARCO, which is a government institution that develops model, which is NDRMF. So I think the government can place more confidence in the subsidies got out based on this model. And when the government uses this data of this model for its own decision making, it will also place it will actually increase the credibility of the model and that is to be more used by the private sector and that is adversely insured. Then I think that we should be engaged with the NDRMF to further work with the private sector on this model.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. Valuable responses. Okay, I have a comment and then there's a question on the floor, and I think you will be more questions from the floor. Yeah, I mean, I completely agree on the pricing. That's good, and the pricing is almost true. I think it's happening kind of the mechanism is there in terms of using the I think because we all talk about scalability, we all talk about widely, and I think if the state cannot do it to some extent, and actually by providing this kind of a model and providing the data, and we are very much determined that we are going to be providing the data. I mean, knowing that data is the part of something that's not going to work, but we'll be providing this data and an extremely subsidized way. And you know, my own kind of ambition is to provide it free of cost and take all the operational and everything cost on our side. But I'm not too sure whether we'll be able to do it on our own basis or not. But at least so I think state in a way, you know, in a kind of a limited way is doing that, and I'm sure that we come up with a very workable idea and some kind of putting of people from state can also happen. I think within the period of kind of expanding the market, I think we have to look for some different options as well. Industry can also participate. But anyway, let's hear from our colleague from WFP.
Thank you, sir. Two suggestions. One is suggestion, the other one is question. I think it's a very positive and constructive discussion going on. This will, inshallah, result into transforming these ideas into some action in future. My suggestion is it possible, as our colleagues from Germany were sharing their experience, similarly in Asia also, there are some already best practices, including Bangladesh and others. Can we take one example or try and understand that best practice and then try to adopt it here in Pakistan? Where here we are brainstorming how insurance companies could come in, how government could contribute, and how the intermediary could come in. I think this is very good that we are discussing it on the ground, but at the same time, we can also look at the best practice. This is one suggestion. The second point is basically a question from the insurance industries or companies. I believe the insurance companies have corporate social responsibility component, where I think there should be some arrangement. We don't talk of across the board. If we take the example of the most vulnerable, can that resource be channeled to those most vulnerable? Thank you.
Anyone? Okay. I'll speak to the second point of view, the question on the CSR. Definitely companies have their own CSR initiatives and a lot of good work is being done in them. Here I'm speaking very frankly, we need to understand what insurance is. For us, for example, if we were producing milk and our CSR is that we're going to distribute milk to 1,000 families, we give that milk and we're done. In insurance, if we give insurance premiums for 1,000 people, we are liable for 100 times of the premium that we have given. And that hampers our ability to distribute our own product. What we can do is, if someone says that they have a charitable initiative that they want to do and insure these 1,000 families or provide healthcare to these 1,000 families, we can enable that at a much lower cost than them actually paying hospitals. So we can channelize charitable funds, but for us, because the effect is multiplicative, it is quite frankly against our own best interest to indulge in this kind of charity. And we simply cannot. Sorry?
It can be seller based.
Everything can. You know, there's nothing that cannot.
Yes, it can be tailor-made, but we need to develop a history for that. First of all, we have to develop, and then what then is offering, that's not a subsidy, that's a discount in the premium rate. And that can only work when we have some history. That we showed at 1% and now we are making profit and okay, we can go to 0.9%. So that's not a subsidy. We can discount that. Okay, so pilot projects, I'm sure Asia has done some pilot projects of subsidizing also, TPS is also done a pilot project by subsidizing, I think through their marketing fund or something, but they cannot pay premium themselves. Okay, so they can subsidize through a marketing fund or something, but not indefinitely. If it was a pilot project, fine, but not on continuous basis.
And when you are talking about global best practices, that's exactly what we have done in our diagnostic study. And also our strategy is based on the best practices and the most successful global examples. And this is how we are going to propose our strategy as to what kind of projects should be piloted in Pakistan.
Yeah, I would like my friend sitting here, here, I think, sorry, your name is Rehan. So you have an interesting model as well, and which is, I mean, you're not insurance, of course, but you know, kind of nicely fit into it, where you are kind of, you know, providing a very good role, intermediary role. Before I ask you, I think there was an interesting question in terms of the CSR and sometimes actually I wonder in my frank discussions with all these colleagues when they come to my office or I go to their offices, and I say that how come the disaster you're not being able to really set it up, you're not really able to promote it in Pakistan and several other places of the world. कहीं पे पढ़ा था कि दुनिया के किसी मजहब ने जिंदगी का लाभ हानि होने को इतना इम्पैक्टफुली इस्तेमाल नहीं किया जितना इंश्योरेंस वालों ने किया और लाइफ इंश्योरेंस पे लेकिन I think that kind of approach has to come to the other products as well, and I'm sure it is going to come. Rehan sir?
Sure. So this is Rehan Bhatt, and I wish I had a name called Rahan. I love it, but don't सुनने वालों को राहत नहीं. So no, I think Vilasar, you're spot on. So look, I mean, Kula Advisor, I mean, there's a few names. It's a quick agri InsurTech. InsurTech is an insurance provider who uses technology to deliver. So we sit somewhere between the client, which is the user or buyer of insurance, and the supplier of insurance and insurance. So look, I mean, my understanding of agriculture insurance is that first of all, we need to understand that who owns the problem of crop failure. So the entity, I mean, a fair hypothesis is that the entity who owns the problem is supposed to pay for the problem. It's certainly not the farmer, right? So farmer, I mean, if there is a calamity like the one we saw in 2022, farmer wrote back about it. You have to pay them cash grant, but you know, you have to, uplift them. So it's actually now the crop insurance failure is linked with the food security and we Pakistanis, I do my own grocery every week and I can tell you, I'm the direct recipient of the front. So it's the problem of government, right? That start from this. So and then crop insurance is a mitigation tool. And I agree with my colleagues here that you cannot, it cannot. I mean, it can, give you some learning like we had done with EPL, UVA, EPL, HPL, and Bank of Punjab. We did a pilot in 2022. That gives you a learning where the premium was subsidized by insurance company, as Khalid rightly said. But it cannot be a business model, really. The insurance company cannot just pay the premium. It has to be paid by an entity who owns the problem. And that entity, ladies and gentlemen, is government. So I recently started in Pula, so I've been to there, I've met a lot of colleagues and all. So my understanding is that I was telling Madam during one of the breaks that of 110 initiatives in the world of crop insurance, 88% are financed by the government. The premiums are subsidized. Lastly, so my view of our very own Pakistan is that government has to pay, right? So you decide where do you want to pay, as premium subsidy or in relief purpose. So if you pay as premium subsidy, then you probably will be paying a lot lesser than what you will end up paying as subsidy, and a lot of, bad publicity and, a lot of, social problems and this. So I hope I've been able to make it clear that it's pretty clear, industry is there to supply the product. Yeah. And if they can be, I mean, we can be nasty people, we can be bad people, we can, overprice the risk. For how long? Next year you get hold of us and you will fix the price. So that's what's going to.
We are a risk taker, not a financier. We take risk.
I'm very simple, short comment and question. Don't you feel a need for an integrated insurance strategy in close consultation with the government agency? Is there any need for an integrated insurance strategy?
यही बना रहे हैं जी, हम एग्जैक्टली जो आपने कहा है। सबसे पहले हमने डायग्नोस्टिक स्टडी की है इंश्योरेंस इंडस्ट्री की, कि इस वक्त DRF इंश्योरेंस इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स कितने हैं, कहाँ पे गैप्स हैं। उसके बाद हमने नॉन इंश्योरेंस इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स जो गवर्नमेंट डिप्लॉय कर सकती है, जैसे कंटिजेंसी फंड्स हैं, budgetary reserves and cat bonds and so on. So we have completed these diagnostic studies, and out of the findings of these diagnostic studies is flowing the strategy as to what needs to be done to fill in the gaps based on international best practices. That's exactly what we are doing.
I'll add just one more thing, that in terms of an integrated financial insurance strategy, it's not like that doesn't exist today. It is a question of what lens you choose to view it through. For example, the crop loan insurance scheme is an integrated strategy. The government has if not a food security thing, definitely a preference for increasing agricultural lending. And then that lending has to be underpinned by insurance. So it is happening, but there are many ways to do many things. But it's the same spirit with which the NDRMF is doing its work, which is to build groundwork, to lay the groundwork on which we can build these products that then all fit into holistic solutions. Thank you very much. Thank you. Some of your comments, we have taken a very good note of them and we're going to convert them into actions. And it's this network of insurance and colleagues from SUPARCO and NDRMF, and that is going to be strengthened. We're going to be facilitating kind of dialogue and interactions and with the government people as well. With that, I thank you, and back to you, Amina.
Thank you very much, sir, and thank you very much all the participants and guests who have spared time rather whole day for us to contribute to this session. Now we are ending the session, and thank you very much once again for coming. Thank you.